Hey Crazy Crafters, welcome to the Crazy Crafter Box Spring 2023 edition.
That's right, it's Crazy Crafter time, and we have a wonderful Crazy Crafter box. I'm so excited.
Yes, we're going to be making 7 projects here together in only 5 hours.
Yes, can you believe that? We're going to be crafting for 5 hours together and having loads of fun. So my name is Kara.
I'm Jackie.
And we are the Crazy Ladies here at Crazy Creations, where we have a family-owned business.
And we specialize in vinyl outline stickers, handmade microfine glitter paper, alcohol markers, card kits, crafter boxes, monthly clubs, and so much more.
So much more is right. So we are live today, and we will be crafting alongside you. But if at any time you have to leave or take a pause, you can replay this as many times as you want.
Yes, we are on Facebook and YouTube right now live, and there is replay available. So keep that in mind. But we love having you live because that means we get to interact with you. So if you have any questions or comments, write them down below in the comment section. We'll read them and answer them.
Yes, now the replay does it has like what, an hour lag after we finish or so. So you are going to have to be patient for an hour or so after we finish this live video for it to be up.
That's with our classes, our private classes. This one is not private, so there's no lag.
See, learn something new every day. So Jackie, this is the spring edition.
It is.
Can you believe it's spring 2023?
I know. Time flies.
And yet spring is like all the lovely weather, the green grass, the butterflies, and what have we been having?
Snow here in Wairika.
It's almost like winter, but today is a beautiful day.
It's second winter.
Yeah, second winter, that's right.
All right, so before we get started, I just want to tell you a few supplies you need to have ready on your crafting desk so that we can get crafting. You will need your Crazy Crafter box. Ours is right here. You need a paper trimmer, scissors, adhesive, tweezers, and alcohol markers.
Yes, and we also threw in, if you have a paper punch, a round corner, I should say. This is what we're using today for one of the projects, but if you don't have it, have a handy dandy nail file. That will help you a lot, okay?
Nail file / emery board.
That's right.
Okay, so we're ready to get started. We're going to look at the samples, go through the box, and then start our very first project. Let us know if you're excited, because we are.
We are.
All right, here's our box.
Wow, how exciting. A blank white box. Now, that is exciting because we know inside this box is something very fun.
Lots of fun kits are in here, so let's open it up. Oh, wait, we want to show our samples first.
We do?
We do.
Okay.
Okay, so sample number 1, we have this beautiful butterfly card. We'll be working together. Now, this sticker isn't even online yet, so only you guys get it.
Yep, that's exciting. And then look how beautiful that is.
This is so pretty. Look at these fun colors. These are our rose strip outline stickers. This is a mini slimline card. We have a fun bookmark.
Yes, so actually your pages go like this to kind of keep track of where you are reading your book.
Now you could also make this a magnet if you want to.
You could, and you could put a sentiment on it.
We have another fun card. This is not online yet either. It's a fun little succulent, perfect little plant.
What's really fun about it?
Oh, yes, there's a secret. Da, 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 da. It's a magnet.
It's a magnet. So when you get this card, your recipient can actually remember you by putting it as a magnet. Isn't that cool?
Very cool.
And then our big to-dos right now, everyone's loving the shakers.
Shake, shake, shake. And, oh, I'm not sure how this one opens, but I'm going to find out. This is a fancy fold. Just one fold?
Yes.
Okay, that was easy.
Isn't that fun? And then last but not least, we're going to have a lot of fun making this one.
So cute. And this is actually glittered here, so we're going to play with glitter. I hope that you're loving these samples because we're going to make all of these today.
Now, they are all card-based samples. However, they could be used in a scrapbook page and lots of other things, right?
Yes, there's so many different possibilities. So let's open up our box and see what's inside. I'm sure many of you have opened your box already. All right, so our first thing is missing. You have a kit with a bunch of supplies that is going to be used in every single project, okay? So that kit includes glitter paper. Do we have that?
Oh, you mean it's not in here?
No.
Oh, Eric. Okay, we'll get that. So we have our instructions.
Okay, so your kit came with glitter paper, foam strips. It came with a fun vinyl card protector. Now I'm going to let Kara talk about that because that was her idea to put that in the box. You have your instructions here, so at any time if you need to refer to measurements or look at the pictures, it's all in here for you. Okay? And if there's anything else in there, let me know in the comments because I'm going off of memory right now what was in that universal kit. Oh, all of your outline stickers are in there, so you're definitely going to need those. Okay? So then we have each project kit here. So that first bag that I was just telling you about, we're using in every project, and then these are the individual project kits. So we're not going to open these until we actually get to those projects. Now, some of you placed a pre-order with us, and we thank you so much for placing that pre-order, and we gave you a special gift. This is a silicone tool holder, and I've been enjoying mine so much on my crafting desk. What this does, in case you're not familiar with it, I'm going to zoom in so we can look at it close up. Everybody got the black version, but we do have different colors online. We have a gray, mint, and a pink as well. This will hold all of our crafting tools. So our tweezers, our scissors, there's our tweezers. They will stand up just like this. So this is great for all of the tools that we're going to be using today. We can put our brayer in there. We can put our scissors in here. So this is fun. And then you can even decorate the side if you want to and customize it with stickers or any way that you like. So this is the silicone tool holder, and those of you who pre-ordered should have one in your box.
Now we also have those online for sale in 4 different colors, right?
Yes, I mentioned gray, mint, pink, and black.
Wonderful.
Okay, so we found our universal kit. So like I said, glitter paper, outline stickers, foam strips, a card folder, which I'm going to let Kara talk about, and a button. Everybody got a button who ordered the Krazy Krafter box so we can remember the fun time that we had here today. So can you tell us about this?
Yes. So this is really, really fun. It's great as a holder or as something to present to a recipient. So what happens is one side of this protects your card. So there should be, here it is, a little area that you could put your card in. And as you can see, it's a great protector of that. So you can actually stack like a whole set. And this side over here is for your envelopes. So how fun is that to present something like this to as a gift, you know? And you could put your card facing one up. So you could actually fit 4 cards, 4 envelopes right here.
Nice. Okay, that was a little extra bonus, right?
It was an extra bonus, yes.
Awesome. Okay, so let's get started with our very first project. We're going to be making the green butterfly card together as our first project. So we'll need to find the project kit with that green pattern paper in it, just like this one here. We'll need to find our outline stickers, including the silver bling, the white border sticker, a sentiment, and the butterflies. So we should have all of these supplies ready to go.
Okay, so if your stickers are not out of the package, now is a good time to do that. And we will get started. So we're going to take our stickers out just to be super duper ready. Now these 2 will be used throughout all the projects. That's the border and the dots. Look at these dots. Do you want to talk about how many are on here?
You get 4 or 5 different sizes. And there's silver glitter.
Yes, so that means you can alter them. I don't think any of the projects we actually altered these stickers, but altering means coloring them different colors with your alcohol ink markers. But as you can see on this card, we kept them silver, which I think is very stunning. I really like that silver. Now this butterfly sticker has many different ones on it, so you can make a set of 4 for that gift that I was telling you about in the vinyl pocket protector. And look, you could do all different colors, so we're going to do one together, and then you can mix it up with your own papers and supplies, or maybe extra papers that are in this package, the Krazy Krafter box.
Okay, great.
Okay, so let's start with getting this out.
Let's take everything out of our little baggie, and we're going to assemble the card, and then we'll color those butterflies after.
Now I did something a little different this time. I went ahead and put, as best as I could, I'm not perfect, but I sometimes try, to put all the cuts in the green typing so that we could quickly find the cut that we need.
Okay, so first we need to trim our black cardstock. So let's find that piece. I like to do all the trims first.
Me too. Okay, here's black cardstock.
We need to trim it to 4 1/4 by 5 1/2.
Okay, so this is at 4 1/4 by 5 1/2, so no trimming necessary.
Okay, next we'll need to trim our green patterned paper.
I love this pattern paper. Now this is one of our collections, right?
I can't remember unless I look at the back side.
Do you want to make that go down a little so we could see my cutting board? There we go. Go like
So
that.
4 by 5 1/4.
Okay, so I'm going to go to 4.
I feel like this is from Beautiful Blooms, but I'm not sure.
I think you're right. Yes, you're right. How does it feel to be right? Good?
Sure.
I think it always feels good. Okay, there we go. Look how pretty that is. Now, you could have this go this way if you want, but it's really directional, so you'll want to pay attention.
Okay, and then we'll need to trim white cardstock. So 4 1/4 tall by 1 3/4 wide.
Okay, so I'm going to do the 1 3/4. And this looks like it's for this part of the bookmark. And you said 4 3/4?
4 1/4.
4 1/4. Okay. There we go.
And then our black needs to be 2 by 4 1/2.
All right, so we have another black here, and we're going to go to 2, you're saying?
Yep, 2 by 4 1/2.
And 4 1/2. Got it. Okay, is that it for the cutting?
That's it. So all of our pieces are now trimmed.
Do you want to review just those pieces real fast?
Okay, so the black we did not need to cut. Hooray! The green we cut to 4 by 5 1/4. The white is 1 3/4 by 4 1/4. And the black was 2 by 4 1/2.
And I just want you to know I put my envelope in this very nice vinyl pouch just so that I have it all ready to go.
Okay, so first we're going to take our pre-scored card and just fold along the score line. We like to mount the front of the card on last, but we can fold this on the score line. And then I like to take the end of the tweezers. Unless you have a bone folder, you can use that. And just go along the crease, okay? We'll put that off to the side now.
Now we're going to build our base. So this piece, just so we're very clear, will at the end go directly onto the card base so it fits exactly. So we're going to build our base, and I believe the next step is this. Is that correct?
It is.
All right, so we're going to turn this over. Now we are using a Tombow dot roller. It's what we like, but any adhesive works. And I would use my crafting square, but it's not here, so I'm going to go get it after this card because I like to be straight.
Now you might be thinking we're going a little fast right now. But that's because we're just cutting and gluing, and we figure all of you know how to do that already. When we get to the coloring portion, we'll slow down a little bit. And you can always rewatch this part if you need to.
Now, are we going to do anything next? Shall we put the border around there?
We could put the white on the black.
Okay.
I like to have all my pieces down.
So we're going to put this on. Oops, it doesn't look like the cut was correct. Did I do this one right? No. Kara. That's what I mean. So it was 4 1/2, not 4 1/4. So luckily I have this piece, so we're going to go 2. How many of you caught that I did that out there? Nobody. Not even Jackie.
Oh, did you cut it at 4 1/4?
I did, because I'm so used to doing that. There we go. Do you want to put the white on there now?
Well, at least you had extra.
Yeah.
There, that looks better. Okay.
I'm sure I'm not the only one who does stuff like that.
All right, now I think we should just put this on here so that we can decorate it.
Okie dokie.
All right, so this is gonna go in the upper, this would be a great time to have that sand eraser. We got a little bit of something on our white cardstock. Who else did that? Okay, so I'm gonna put this up towards the upper left.
Is it apricot jam?
No, I'm not sure what it is. Looks like dirt to me. So I'm gonna go right about there. We wanna leave room for that happy birthday or whatever sentiment that we choose. But if you have a sand eraser, this would be a great time to use it on here. It'll take it right off.
Let's go ahead and pick a sentiment.
Okay, which one should we do?
Well, it looks like this one is good right here.
Okay, we're gonna go with this happy birthday.
Because, you know, I love birthday cards. That's one of the most popular.
So I peeled it off with my tweezers. I put it in my hand and then I pick it up in the center of the word. I find that to be the easiest way. I'm gonna go right about there.
Now we are starting you out with a really basic card because that's how we always like to get started. And this is using our primary products. So we've now used our paper products, we have used a sentiment, and we're going to go right into these wonderful border stickers. So if you're not familiar with the border sticker, these happen to be white vinyl, and if you look closely, you're going to see scallops, you're going to see straight lines, you're going to see, what do you call that other one, kind of like diamond-y, you know?
Yeah.
And so there are all different ones. Now every single strip is a border strip and it has adhesive on the back. So I'm gonna go, it looks like it's pretty with that scallop, wouldn't you say? And then you just peel one up and we're gonna put it down. Do you want to do this part or you want me to?
I could do it.
Okay, here comes Jackie.
So we're just gonna line it up on the edge of the green. And then press down where you started off. And as you like where you're positioning it, press down so it stays in place. And then we need to trim with our scissors. Let's see if this one will fit on top. What do you think? Do you think it will?
I think so, yes.
Okay. Now, we are at an angle here. So I don't expect mine to be straight, and I noticed my little panel's a little bit off, so it's okay.
That's why we need our our crafting square.
We do. See, we are trying not to get our head in the camera, so we're kind of crafting far away from ourselves right now. And I hope you appreciate not seeing the top of our head.
Yeah, and the fact that some of us wear glasses, not me, for close-up.
I wear glasses for distance.
Oh, you do? I thought it was for close-up.
No.
Oh.
But you never see me wear glasses unless you see me at the expo. Okay, so that's because The expos are always, the lighting there is not the best. So when the lighting is not great, I do wear my glasses. But I don't wear them on camera because there's a glare from our lighting and I don't want to glare over my eyes. Okay, one more. Did you get our sand eraser?
We are getting it, yes.
Okay, so one more piece. These little scallops just add a really cute touch to this card. Again, I'm a little crooked. And I'm going to trim. Now you can reposition your stickers until you have pressed them down. They're not permanent until you go like this, okay? All right, look what we have. We have a sand eraser. So this is one that we offer online. It says it's for ink, but I have had experience removing any smudges and dirt from my white cardstock. It's an eraser with sand inside of it. So you just kind of erase over the spot and look, it cleans it.
Yes, so it is for sale online. They are amazing. And the other eraser we have is this one. I brought it as well. Now this one is for adhesive primarily, right?
Yes, so if you put adhesive down and it's not where you're supposed to put it, this is great at removing it.
And you can see how much I've removed.
This one's well loved.
Yes, well loved is right. Okay. Alrighty, so now that we've done that, optional is you could use a straight line border to go around, but it's not really necessary. But if you wanted to, I kind of did it on here to kind of show you it's very subtle, but that does have those straight white, so you could do that. It's optional, but we're choosing not to do that today because it looks good just like that.
Okay, so some of you may still be doing your borders, and I don't know if you wanted to fix my crooked panel. I can read some comments while we do this. Sharon says, don't worry, Kara, I cut wrong all the time.
Yeah, thank you, Sharon.
And Michelle is joining us. She says that she has some kits in her shopping cart and was going to check out this weekend, but she's looking for more birthday kits, so she's excited to see this card. When is it online to purchase?
Okay, so these particular ones, Michelle, will not be online to purchase. These are exclusive pretty much to the Krazy Krafter box, but certainly take the ideas and the pieces and then you can build it yourself. And it's not real hard, right, Jackie?
No, but we do have a present slimline birthday card online, as well as a few other candles card.
Yes, and we are adding, so we plan to add at least 3 to 6 new card kits each month. So we have 3 on the way, and one of them is a birthday.
Awesome.
Okay, so now we're going to put these wonderful dots because we're not going to put this one yet, but let's go ahead and put these tiny ones. Now, I love this sheet. This has so many dots. So there's what I call a large, medium, small, and tiny. And so in order to get to them the best way, I'm going to go ahead and weed this. That means I'm going to remove the excess vinyl sticker that is kind of in essence garbage, but wouldn't this make a great grid, a stencil grid or something? So we're going to have to do a video on how to use these because there's so many possibilities. You could even cut it and use it as a decoration. Wouldn't that be fun?
Yes. Oh, look who's here. Melody's here.
Hi, Melody.
We saw her in Pleasanton.
Yes. Okay, so now we're going to use these tiny dots, and I have more experience by kind of holding it down with one hand, and I'm just going to put like a little dotted line underneath. So I'm using my tweezers, and here we go. And like you said, I'm at an angle, so hopefully I'm going straight across. I see that your word is a little...
My word looks straight.
Does it?
From what I can see.
My dots are all at a different angle. So sometimes what I do is I put a little pencil mark when I'm doing this. It helps me stay straight.
How many dots are you doing?
5.
Okay.
Okay, there we go. Isn't that cute?
Very cute. Never can have too much bling. So guess what? All that's left is this beautiful butterfly image that we're going to color on glitter paper.
Yes, and again, can't you imagine having 4 beautiful butterfly cards, maybe in different colors, in that beautiful vinyl pack? I think that is such an awesome present.
Yes. So let's put this off to the side because we need to grab our glitter paper and our outline sticker.
Okay, so we're going to take our glitter paper out of the protective sleeve. And what's the first thing we're going to do?
Because this is a brand new sheet, we haven't used it yet, we need to rub it or burnish with our finger over the entire sheet, okay? So start rubbing. This is going to make it smoother, this is going to make it shinier. And why are we doing this? Because this is a handmade sheet of glitter paper made by the Krazy crew. So we actually put our very own glitter on adhesive and cardstock to make this, and that's why it feels like velvet. Now something that Kara doesn't do but I like to do is I like to just shake it off after I'm done.
Tap, 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 and then did you do the brayer?
No, she's a brayer person. We'll brayer it.
That's because us older gals have arthritis and it helps.
Okay.
Okay, so now we're going to look at our butterfly outline sticker. And as I told you, there are 4 different bookmark of the butterflies, and they're all beautiful. And so we're going to go ahead and take this one in the lower. And all you have to do is put your hand in there and peel. So that's how easy it is. So this is an alternative to stamping is what I like to say. So I'm going to go ahead, and if you're super smart, you could even put some of it off to the side so you don't have to trim those edges.
Now
so we don't have to do the bottom or the side when we cut.
Nice. So now I'm going to take the little brayer tool after pressing it down. And this is when I like to use the brayer especially to make sure that it's nice and sealed to the glitter paper. Do you need a brayer tool? No. If you don't have one, what can you do, Kara?
You can rub it, turn it over on the back, rub it from the back using more pressure. So I would turn it over and rub this way because it's easier with the pressure. Or you can take this part of your tweezer, maybe just rub it down a little bit, especially the part that you don't want to bleed into another part, right?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so for this image, we need alcohol markers. Well, for all of our coloring, we need alcohol markers. For this image, we're using greens and grays. So we're using Right Arts today.
Okay.
I like Right Art. Kara's preferred marker is
Olo.
Olo. So we could do both if you'd like.
Yeah, why don't we use the this one right here as a middle green. I think it says YG06 as well, but this is a good one right here for the middle.
Okay. So I've pulled YG29, YG00, and optional is that YG 2.5 from the Olo family. And then for the grays, if you're doing Right Art, it's CG02 and 00.
Yes, and we'll use the 0 from the Olo because it's nice and juicy.
Yes, I do have to say that I do prefer the colorless blender from Olo because it's never dry. So even if you have all Right Arts or all Copic or something else, the Olo is a great colorless blender.
And you know, one thing that we're demonstrating too is you can mix alcohol ink brands, right?
Right. All right, I'm zooming in for us. Let's put this over here. That way we can look at our coloring. I'm going to start with a dark green, so that would be our YG29 because our technique is dark to light. Now remember, if you have the Right Arts, they have a brush tip on one side, and that's the side we primarily use.
Now I noticed that your tip there, the gray part of the barrel, is dirty. How can you clean that?
With a wipe.
Yeah, it has to be an alcohol wipe though. And so if you clean that, then your cap and also the inside of your cap, look at this. Let's see here. You see how dirty that is? Use a Q-tip with alcohol, rubbing alcohol. That will clean that and your caps will come off and on easier.
Yes. All right, so next we're going to take that YG29, go to our butterfly image, and just put a little bit of dark where we want the darkest area or the shading.
Now, I'd like to point out that we are coloring this butterfly in a monochromatic manner, meaning all greens. You can add other colors if you like a rainbow butterfly or you like a pink and purple butterfly, right?
Right. So before this dries, I want to go in with my next color, YG 2.5. We go to the edge of that dark green and just drag it or pull it, leaving some room for the next color.
And you don't need the third color, but because we're monochromatic, it kind of adds a little bit.
And then we'll do the same with the lightest green, YG00. Okay, so we're just going to the edge and dragging out. And that's all there is to it. It's so easy, and this glitter paper is really forgiving. So let us know if you're changing up the color of the butterfly.
Yeah, so if it were me and I was making that wonderful present that I want to give somebody, I might make all my butterflies monochromatic. So I might have these green, then I might go to purple, I might go to blue, and I might do a yellow. And then they would all have a different background paper that matches.
That would be really pretty.
Wouldn't that be a pretty gift?
All right. On to the next butterfly. We're just repeating.
That's beautiful. So dark.
And notice how I'm only doing one area at a time because I don't want that ink to have time to dry.
Medium. Light. Now I notice a little bit seeped out on the top butterfly. Don't worry guys, we're going to show you when we get there what we're going to do. That's why you really need to press when you're going to have, different color transitions. Only on the glitter paper particularly you need to add that added pressure, because when our stickers stick to other surfaces like paper or pattern paper, things of that nature, it's a tight stick right away. So you have to make sure you put it where you want it, right?
Right. And I will say that the bleeding happens more with me on the Olos because they're so juicy.
They are juicy, and if you're not familiar with how to color with them, there is a slight learning curve, but once you get it, it's great. So basically that learning curve is to go in a lighter fashion than normal.
Lighter pressure.
Yeah, lighter pressure.
Okay, so I'm going to let you do the gray.
Okay. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to use our colorless blender and this CG02. Now I want to show you how incredibly light this is. So you could hardly see that. So it's just going to be a nice shadow on our white. Now we do have a little bit of this green that leaked. So by using this 0 or the 00 in the right art called colorless blender, you could kind of use it as an eraser.
You said right art. Olo.
Oh, right art 00.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Either one.
I just wanted to kind of blend that a little bit more, and then when I put my gray on there, it won't look so dark. So this is an eraser tool. Whether any colorless blender is not really a blending tool, it's an eraser tool. All right, so let's go ahead and do our shadowing of this light gray, and you don't need a lot. So I'm just going to put some around the parameters, and then I'm going to come in with my 0, and I'm going to go to the edge of that line and blend it into the white glitter so that you don't see a gray line. It kind of transitions. Look how pretty that is. You could barely see it. Very, very subtle. So I'll try to do it a little darker for the camera. That I'm just kind of going on the sides. Maybe I want to go around this butterfly. Then I'm going to go in and go to that line and push it into the white. Now why do we do this, Jackie?
Just to add some interest to the background.
To the white. So you could leave it white. If you don't like this, leave it white.
Or if you're feeling really adventurous, you could try a very light blue. You could do any light color. Just make sure it's very light because it'll blend better with that colorless blender.
Yep. But it gives it a bit of a shadow. There we go. That's all there is to it. We just wanted the white not to look real white. So now what we're going to do is come along and we are going to trim. Okay, so I am going to follow. Maybe if we took this card off, that would help. There we go. I'm going to follow along the border of our sticker. And if you have a scan and cut, that is an electronic way to fussy cut our images. We do not have die cuts. We have way too many stickers. And so we have a boot camp tutorial on how to cut our stickers out on the glitter paper using the scan and cut. And when you think about how much die cuts are, the average is like $30. After 10 or so, you've pretty much bought your machine.
Right.
So there you go. Because it also works with stamping and lots of other things.
And you know, a lot of online stores, we don't sell the scan and cut machine, but if you do buy it from an online store, they offer payment plans.
Oh, that's a good idea. All right, so one other little trick is we have a black Olo marker, so you could use your black Right Art, any black marker. And if you have some of the white core of the paper showing, you could go along the edges here and carefully just go along. And now you don't see any white. And we are ready. So now our glitter paper requires you to have some adhesive. So we are going to put adhesive on the back here. And then this is going to go right in here, leaving a little bit of matting.
Okay, I'm going to read a comment from Janet. I cut all my box stickers with my scan and cut for this class. Boot camp classes were super helpful.
All right, wonderful, Janet. And then I'm going to go into the large dot here, and I'm going to put it right there. I love that glittery look. And there we are. We've completed our first card.
That was so easy, and it's so pretty. It's simple but elegant, and I can't wait to see how you created your card. Hopefully you posted in our crafting groupies for us. So we're going to take a 3-minute break before the next project, and then we'll be right back. This will give you a little bit of time to catch up on your coloring or fussy cutting, or maybe you need to get a snack. We'll see you in 3 minutes. Okay, we are back with the Krazy Krafter Box Spring Edition for project number 2. Project number 1 was really fun, quick, easy, and beautiful.
Yes, and that just goes to show you how easy and simple yet elegant your cards can be by using the Krazy Creation products. So we used our outline sticker, our glitter paper, our borders, our paper, and our sentiment, and it was so super simple.
So next we're going to be making a mini slimline card together, and I think this one is my favorite in the whole box because it's so vibrant and pretty with those rose colors.
I know, it's real springy, so let's look at it. Okay, so here it is. This is the card, and as Jackie said, this is a mini slimline. So what that means is that this is 3.5 by 6, okay? So a regular slimline goes up to 8.5, so this one is down to 6, but look, it's just perfect for this particular sticker, and I'd like to talk about this sticker for a minute. It's called the Rose Strips. Now, I think that this would be a perfect way to use one strip if you took these two off and kind of put a sentiment or maybe some pretty paper here. But look how wonderful it is when you do all the strips. I mean, it's just so gorgeous to have that. It's like a window tiled effect, don't you think so?
Yeah, I really like it. It's like mosaic.
And then you have these strips here where you could use similar but on a mini level. So how fun is that? So this will give you an idea of how to use these rose strips. Now these are on our website, so they're really fun.
Okay, before we do that, I want to address a question that we keep getting, but it was about the butterfly card.
Okay.
That vinyl card holder, will we have more on the website?
Yes, we will. So again, you Krazy Crafters are always the first people to get to see all of our new stuff that's coming your way. So we will have those on our website. Jackie needs a week or two. She's going to be gone next week at an expo. So can you make a commitment to have it on by March 31st?
Yes, and for all of you who are going to Irving, I'll see you there.
Yeah, so we will do that. We will also be having a few other new products that are in this box, so you'll probably want those as well. So the key date will be March 31, and we'll hold Jackie accountable, okay?
All right, so back to our project. Let's get started.
All right, so you're going to need the rose strip outline stickers. You're going to need these wonderful gems. And then you're going to need the kit. And look how beautiful this is right here. This beautiful, I call it apricot.
You say apricot?
Yes.
I say apricot.
Oh.
We have to have a vote now in the comments.
Potato or potato?
Potato.
Okay. Tomato or tomato?
Tomato. All of my words have the hard A.
So you're the A person. Okay, got it. Now what's really nice about this mini slimline card is it does come as a pre-scored card. So all you have to do is give it a fold, and just like the other one, we're going to make our base. And we are going to then put our base right on top of the card. So you can fold this and then set it aside. And also it comes with an envelope right here. So how perfect, you don't have to worry about an envelope. Okay, now we have our other pieces right here. And look, not a lot of pieces to make this card. I think that's terrific. So we're going to go ahead and cut those pieces.
All right, let's see.
Can we put my cutting board in the camera? A little bit more.
You can move it down a little or up.
I'll go up. Okay.
Okay. So for the black cardstock, we need it to be 3.5 by 6.
Okay, so this is a 6 by 6 piece of cardstock. And so I'm just going to cut it at 3.5, which is right here. And there we go. How easy was that? And it fits perfectly.
Okay, white cardstock. We need 2 3/4 by 3/4.
Okay, so I'm going to do the 3/4 first. see here. And then you said 2 3/4.
Yes.
Okay. That looks like it's for the sentiment.
Okay, so we need more black, 3 by 1.
All right, so I'm going to do the 1. And then the 3.
And then we need the apricot, or as Christine on here wrote, opera cart.
Oh, all right.
It's gonna be 3 1/4 by 1 1/4.
All right, let's do the 1 1/4. Just love this color. And you said 3 1/4.
Yes.
Okay, and I have something on there. And that's it for all the cuts, right?
That's it.
Okay, how do you like that I put those in the green?
It helps a lot.
It helps a lot. Yay. All right. Okay, so now we're going to do some matting, right? Right here.
Yep, we're gonna put the white on the black and the black on the orange.
Okay, so I brought my wonderful crafting square. Now, to be honest, I can't get anything done without this. When I'm crafting at my desk, I do use this. If you're not familiar with it or don't know how to use it, I'm going to use it now. But what it does, it looks like a square ruler, but it has these little embossed lines in them. And they go from like, what's the first one, 1/4? An eighth, then 1/4, and they keep going. And it kind of helps you if you line up with the very first line on this way and this way, you should get a fairly straight position of your next paper, right? Now, one thing I find really helpful is to make sure that you have, like, this wood underneath doesn't have a lot of contrast, so I like to use white paper or my white silicone mat because sometimes it's hard to see on the wood. Okay, then you're going to put your adhesive on the piece you want to mat, and then you're going to hold this, make sure it's where you want it. And then you're going to stick it right there in the corner. And you have straightness. Isn't that great?
It is. Yay!
And then we're going to do that again.
On the black.
Yep. So I'm going to put the black, my lines.
I just came up with an idea for version 2 of the Krafter square.
Oh, what?
Little magnets.
Oh,
I bumped mine.
Yeah, that would be a good one. I will do that.
But we need a magnet back for it to stick to, like a whole
Yeah, I actually can do that. And then I put the adhesive on the back of my white, and there we go. And now it looks straight, it looks even, and I'm really happy.
Woohoo! And Sharon wrote that she thinks the crafting square is wonderful. She used it to place everything crooked, or she used to place everything crooked, not anymore.
Yeah, me too, Sharon. I'm with you. And then we could do it one more time because this is going to go down here. Somehow I think I need a new blade. We have like little frays going on, you know.
Yeah, that happens.
I know. I just ordered some.
Okay, so just a little note that if you're looking at your instructions, the sentiment is on a blue paper, but it's actually white. It's the photograph looks more blue.
Yeah, the photo made it blue.
It's white, and I think it looks more striking as white.
There we go. So I used that, you know, and it was just perfect. Now I got that on there. Isn't that sharp looking?
Very nice. So let's find that hello.
And by the way, you could see we did use white here. Okay. Okay, so now we need our sticker sheet, and the word hello is right down here on the sticker sheet. And by the way, I love that font, don't you?
Is that your handwriting?
No, but it is pretty. So I'm going to go right here. I'm going to remove one of these. Come on. I had it, and then I didn't have it. There we go. And then here's another trick that Jackie and I both like to do. We like to put our words, our tweezers, kind of holding the word in this manner, which kind of gives you more control how to put it on straight.
Remember, you have to leave room for the heart.
Yeah, so kind of like that, and then you kind of let it go. There you go. And then the heart is also right here by the hello. And just so you know, I like this heart too. There you go.
Okay, so guess what? We have a lot of coloring to do.
Yes, we do. So shall we just do one?
Okay.
Okay.
You will have homework. All right, so we have our glitter paper. Remember, we already prepped it. We already burnished. We just need to peel a rose strip. The long one. Oh, there's 2 different sizes.
Yes, we want the long one. And again, you learned that trick about the less cutting. You could try that. This one is a little skinnier, so if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But why not give it the college try, right?
Let it relax. Press it down and brayer.
Now, I would like to make a comment before, well, while you're brayering, I guess, is these strips here are all the same. So in order to get a different look on the card, one was turned upside down. So this and this are the same, but this one we flipped.
That makes sense. All right, brayer, and rub. This one has a lot of detail, so I really don't want to have any bleeding. All right, we're good to go. So I'll do the green first. So same colors, but we're only doing 2 colors, right?
Right, 2 colors.
YG29 and YG00. It's a nice olivey green color. Now, if you don't like the color choice, you can always mix it up. Just a little thought for you. But I think these colors are pretty.
You mean if you wanted to be yellow roses and maybe pine color green or something?
Yeah, you could do hunter green. You could do whatever you like. All right, so maybe you want orange and yellow flowers instead of orange and green flowers. So dark first. This time I'm doing this whole small flower. And I leave my caps off because it's easier for me to transition from the dark to the light that way. So then I'm dragging that dark color to the outside of the petal. And there we go. A colored flower. Easy peasy. I'm going to put that right there. So back to dark.
So do you like to color all of the same color at one time?
I do when I know what I'm coloring. When I'm making my own cards, which doesn't happen all that often, but when I am, it takes me longer to color because I'm deciding on color choice. But here I have a sample, so I can just do all of the green at one time. And I know what's supposed to be green.
Yeah, so how many of you out there struggle with what color to color what? Because I know that even I have that, and I'm the one who colors all these and makes the samples, but it is hard to know where to go with it. So I think the best way of how I do it is I try to choose a theme. So if this was more of, let's say, a holiday theme, like a Christmas, it was that time, it would easily make those roses red and have the green flowers, but maybe the background would be gray. Would that be more of a holiday theme?
Yeah, do you choose your papers for your card and then color, or do you color your image and then choose your papers?
Yes, so the way that it goes here is we have paper collections, so I choose the paper first when I am doing clubs and things of that nature, but I tend to choose the paper second when I'm making cards.
Okay. All right, I think I got all the green. Looks good to me. Now I'm going to put these caps back on, and we're going to go to the orange. Guess what color you get to do? Blue.
Okay, so there are 3 oranges. It's the one on top there, yep. So we're going to kind of give our florals a little bit of that 3 color transition again.
So dark, medium, light?
Yes.
Okay, this is Olo again. These are Right Art. You can mix and match if you want to.
I have to tell you, I am in love with the Olos. I am the Olo gal right now. I like the Right Art grays, I'm not going to lie. Better than the Olo grays, which tend to be more purpley. But I'm liking how juicy those Olo markers are.
Okay. Putting on my caps here. So we are going to start with the dark, okay?
And if somebody is not sure, dark, light, medium, do you do a swatch?
All right, this didn't work out. Yes, you do a swatch. You could color on your scratch paper.
So hopefully I gave you the right swatch. It may be the other side, we'll see, of the Olo.
Oh, yeah, I see that. Okay, first we're going in with the YR18, and we're just going to add a little bit where we want that dark color. Now, this is rose, it has lots of layers, so we're not going to do the whole rose at one time. Do about half of it. This rose is really pretty.
It is pretty.
Okay, the Olo, let's do a little swatch up here. So there's that one, or that one. I think it's the other one.
Yeah, it's the other one, which is more apricot. So what color is that other one?
R0.4.
Okay, we're going to R0.4. And did you see when she put that out how it just kind of is more juicy? So again, it is a learning curve, not gonna lie, on the Olos, but once you get it, they are great. I personally am using both, Right Art and Olo. I use them interchangeably, but I am leaning more heavy on the Olo.
Okay, back to YR01, the lightest color. We'll pull that color
And
out.
as you're continuing that, can I continue?
Yeah, so from here on out, we're going to repeat that process. Dark, medium, light.
That flower is beautiful. Are you loving it?
Looks good. Very pretty.
I think those three colors really pop it, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
So again, last thing I'm going to mention about these Olos is because they are new and there's not a lot of tutorials, you'll want to keep tuning into us. We'll continue using them to kind of get you familiar. But we have provided a best match chart. So all of our kits or in these instructions still name the Right Art colors, but to get which ones are being used for Olo, we have done the best match, right? And where do they find that?
On the website under ideas and resources, I updated all of the files on there, so it should be really easy to find.
Perfect.
So I'm on to my second rose now.
And just so you know, there are two sets that are not on our website right now that are Olos. They are our favorite sets, meaning they were the fillers of colors that didn't come into the Olo Define sets. And that will be another March 31 for Jackie.
Jackie's calendar is looking busy.
Jackie's always busy.
Alright, so I'm filling in with this light color. That really, when you add that YR01, takes that rose to a whole new level.
It really does. How many of you out there are using three colors? Let us know. Or are you sticking with your two color palette? Nothing wrong with that either, right?
Right, you could just be doing dark and light, dark and light.
I find when it's a larger image, it really helps to have that third color.
It pops it.
So if you notice, we use two colors on the smaller flowers, and on these large roses, having that third color just really adds that extra pop. So if you had to do that, there is a Right Art orange. I think it's like Y35 maybe. Would that work?
Yeah, that's more of like a rusty orange, so it would not be as sherbety, but yeah, it would work. Ta-da! Beautiful. How did yours turn out? Let us know.
Yeah, that is beautiful. I love it.
You're up.
Okay, this is so easy, you're going to kick yourself. I didn't do any blending in here. Okay. told you.
Then what's the 00 for?
Well, that's if you want to use it. You don't have to. So BO2. Here we go. So I just kind of added the blue. And this is a very light blue. And I liked having that blue because it really, to me, looks like stained glass. I just love this. I think this is a special card for a special someone.
So as you can see, the coloring on here is not hard. It will take you a little bit of time to do 2 more of these strips.
Now, if you wanted to, you could use your 0 and just kind of, blend it out to maybe give it a little bit of a, lighter color. So what you're doing is you're erasing the color and it's picking up right here on the tip. You don't have to do that, but you could. And then to clean this, you're just going to take a piece of scrap paper. I'll use my glitter paper, tap it off, and it will go back to the original color. Here we go. Whoops. So I just tapped it off like this, and now I'm back to the original color. Okay? So that's how easy that is. Look how pretty. So shall we cut this out?
Okay.
One thing I did notice about Olo too, they do tend to be juicy. So therefore, when they're juicy, they do need an extra little 30 seconds or more to dry. So if you put your hand right on it, you might have a thumbprint on your thumb.
And how do you take that off?
Alcohol.
Hand sanitizer.
Yep, hand sanitizer, which is alcohol based.
We should all still have some.
Yep.
I do.
Okay, so there it is, just like that. Look how pretty that is. It's beautiful. Now, your homework is to do the other 2 strips. So you saw it wasn't that hard. And then what you're going to do is you're going to come over here. And what I did was I lined this one up first. And before I put any adhesive, I kind of got an idea. Then I went and put this strip down. And then the middle one I turned around and went like that. So we are missing one thing. So
Bling.
the bling. I think this bling in here really adds, so I'll let you do it this time.
Definitely going to need tweezers for this. Okay.
We're using the tiny.
It's okay, the smallest size. Just going to pick it up and put it right over that green floral center. Just pick and place. Now if you wanted to, you could have colored the gems too.
Yeah, or I just really like that silver, how it pops out, don't you? But we could have added, I think I might have added the orange, didn't I?
It looks a little gold.
Yeah, I added the orange to it. So you could do whatever you want.
Okay.
But I think those gems just really pop it out.
Okay.
So let's see if there are any questions or comments.
Let's see. So Sharon used 2 colors. She's using Copics.
All right, perfect.
And Janet says that she chooses her paper first when she's making her cards.
I know, and Janet, you have such a supply of paper. We're all jealous.
Yes, you really do. Beautiful papers.
Beautiful.
Okay, I think that's all the... Oh, wait. Just kidding. Give me one more moment. I'm behind on the YouTube ones.
Okay. Who just loved this card? Isn't it just beautiful?
Okay, that was all the comments.
Okay, perfect. So you're going to turn this over, and I'm going to do it right now. We're going to put some adhesive on, and then we are going to line it up. But I really suggest before you do this part, you do all your strips so that you have them even across, okay? And again, another easy card, but if you've never done a mini slimline, this really shows you how fun a mini slimline could be and how to use our product to make that an elegant card.
This is my favorite size card right now.
Is it?
It's unique, but it's like the perfect size. Not too big, not too small.
Okay, so next up is going to be a fun project. We are going to make our bookmark, which is a perfect gift or maybe something just to make you smile. This is the kit, and we will be back after a very short break.
Welcome back. We're on our third project for the Krazy Krafter Box Spring Edition.
We're just rolling right along, and I think what we've done so far is so beautiful.
Me too.
So now it's kind of time to change it up just a little bit, and this is kind of a project that could be a gift, or it could be a useful tool for you. If you are somebody who has magazines or books, or you like to have a bookmark, it's a unique way of making a bookmark.
Yes, it could also be used with the right photo on a
Yes,
magnet.
it could be a magnet and you could put a photo on it. You're right.
So we're going to get started. We are making a bookmark, and has a beautiful, oh, I can't say the name of this flower.
I think it's a chrysanthemum.
Yeah, it's chrysanthemum.
Short, mum.
Yeah, that's easier. Okay, so let's take a look.
Okay, so here it is. Look how beautiful this mum is, or chrysanthemum. I just think it's gorgeous, and I love how the colors came together. This turquoise is such a nice backdrop, but the part of how it works is, let me get some paper and I'll show you. Okay, so let's say you were reading a book and you had to mark your page. This just slides right under, and there it is. It's a bookmark, or it could be a corner if you want. But it's a good way to just keep your place as you are reading or whatever you're doing. As Jackie suggested, you could put a picture here and make it a magnet, or you could put one of those inspirational quotes here.
Yeah.
So lots of ideas.
All right, so we have our flower outline sticker here. We have these fun little leaves. And then we have our kit. Oh, we need our dots too.
Oh, our dots? Where'd we just put those dots? I think I took the dots. Oh, to-do. Where'd they go? Here they are. Dots.
Okay, and then we have our kit. So let's open up our kit and start trimming our papers.
Okay.
All right, so first we're gonna grab our yellow striped paper. I'll let you grab it.
Okay, so this board here is really a nice little clean chipboard, and it is square, and I want to say that it is 4x4, so let's just take a peek. Yes, 4x4, and this is where it has those rounded corners, so it helps to have a corner rounder. Now I'm using the large, and you could tell the large because it has an L. We also carry one that has an S, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so this is going to be what is our background. As you notice, we didn't put anything on the back, so that's where your magnet. Maybe you want to give this as a gift. You could put another paper with a sentiment. Easy. So we have that.
So let's trim our yellow striped paper to 4x4.
Okay, so let's check. This currently is at 4 1/4, so we want it to be 4x4. And we don't have to worry about the stripes yet because it is a square. Okay.
Okay, trim brown bag, 4x4.
Okay, so a brown bag. Why does it have the name brown bag?
Because it looks like a brown paper bag.
Like a brown grocery bag, right. And it is actually, for those of you who don't know, it's a recycled paper. Okay.
Blue,
4x4 you
Yep.
said.
Then the blue dot cardstock. Oh, sorry. Back to the brown. We have to trim it diagonal.
Not yet, we'll do that
Okay.
later.
Blue dot cardstock, 3 3/4 by 3 3/4.
Okay, so it looks like we're doing a lot of squares here. Right?
Yep.
Okay. There we go.
Okay, so then do you
Is-
want to cut the diagonal?
Not yet. So is this all the paper we need?
That's it.
Okay, so let's get rid of our scraps and our little stuff there. So the reason that I didn't want anyone to cut yet is because I found making this, it was far easier to round the corners before you cut the brown bag diagonal. Notice this one though has a straight edge, so it didn't matter as much, but in order to have this go around, it does kind of matter. So if you don't have a corner rounder, you're going to have to use maybe a pencil and kind of make a rounded edge when you go to cut your triangle. Make sense?
I see.
So if you've never used one of these, what you do is you put each corner in and punch. Just like that. And I notice that we're going to have one here, so I'm going to just do one corner here. And then this one that's going on the base needs all 4. So I might as well just do this, right?
Yep, sounds good.
These are such wonderful punches, I just can't tell you. I have both and I love them, but look how nice that is. Again, if you don't have this, when you go to put the striped paper down, what you can do is put it down as a square and then use that file to get those corners, okay? All right, now that we kind of cut that, it is much easier to cut that triangle.
So you're putting your paper into the trimmer diagonally?
Yes, and I'm going in the middle of what I think the middle of those rounded edges are. And there There it is. So as you can see, there's a little bit of that rounded edge there. And then you said we had to do this one too, or did you not say that yet?
Yeah, both. You have to do both.
So this one we didn't trim that part, so it's a little bit easier. And there we go. Okay.
All right, we can put our trimmer away. Yay. So first we're going to put that yellow striped paper onto the chipboard with our adhesive.
Okay, so this is where you need to make a decision. How do you want these stripes to go? Because most people are going to put their, book pages in there. So I prefer to have it like this. But guess what? There's no reason it can't go like this. So this time, why don't we mix it up and do this?
Okay. So we are going to, you could even do the other side too.
Yeah, you could do this side if you wanted.
So you have to make your decision.
If you don't want to think about, whoops, we are out of our adhesive. So this one is easy. You just take it apart, throw this part away, and put a new one in.
If you can find your refill.
Yeah, nothing though like a brand new refill, right, Jackie? They just run so nice. So you just click it in, open this part up, and you're off and rolling. See how fast that goes now? Okay, so we're going to match up the corners.
It's like it was made for that.
Yes. Now, again, if you don't have that, take your nail file, go around your edges, and the paper will shred off and go to that chipboard corner. Okay? So just kind of do that. Okay, we're good. Now, we're not going to put this on yet. We're going to mat this. So, this paper here, I just want to point out, one side has dots, one side doesn't. So I want my dots to show.
Is it embossed and debossed?
It is embossed, but not by us. By the people who make the paper. So this one you have a little bit of matting, and you're going to kind of eyeball it so that the bottom goes to this bottom part here. And you're going to want to make it kind of even.
So diagonal to diagonal.
Now, it doesn't matter if it's off a little bit. See, I couldn't see that part, so let me do it this way. Because we're going to put a border on it. So take your time. Look at me taking my I should have had you do this part.
Do you need some glasses, Kara?
Maybe. There. I think that looks really good.
Okay, that looks good. Now what should we do?
We need our border sticker, which we forgot to say because we're going to put that on.
We're going rogue here. We're not following our directions.
Okay. But it's what makes sense.
Alright, so next we're going to find one of these little scallops, and I need these tweezers. Could not do any of these projects without tweezers. Alright, so I grabbed the scalloped one, and we're going to put it with the scallops facing the rounded corner. So the straight line on that diagonal. Line it up.
And by the way, this border will somewhat protect your paper as people are sliding pages in and out if it is a bookmark. And so that's why I like having the border there instead of, the paper where it can get torn.
And then we will trim. And I like to flip mine over and make sure that my border didn't go over the edge. It did not. Because if you do that, it might get caught when you're using this. Okay, I'm just having to round my corners a little bit. Which is trickier than it seems. Okay, got it.
Okay, now, before we put this on here, I just want to let you know we're going to do that last. And the reason is that we don't particularly want it to be flat, because then you can't really get your pages in there if you use it as a bookmark. So we are going to use our foam strips, which came in your box, and we are going to do that part last. So let's continue decorating this before we put that on. And so it's going to kind of go like that, right? So we have these leaves, and these right here are from this sticker set.
And they're solid leaves.
Yes, which I just think, doesn't that just look beautiful?
It's kind of like a little scripty floor look.
So I believe I used this one. Now you could use any of these. You could trim them. They don't have to stay the same. And I just think this underneath the flower is just gorgeous. So let's see, maybe I'll put this one over here. The other thing you can do is trim them off. So how do I want this? Maybe kind of like this.
Yep, and then trim the extra.
Maybe I'll go more like that. What do you think? Is that enough?
Rotate it a little.
Do you want to do it? Because you might be... Oh, there. How about like that?
Yeah, like that.
Okay. So this is really personal choice, and we are going to trim the extra. And then which other one should we do? Like, should we do one of these small ones?
This is a big leaf if you want to match.
Oh, how about right here?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to take this one right here, which was the bottom corner right there. And
so as a guide, you're not really covering the white border sticker.
I'm going to take this.
And these won't stick until you actually press, so you have a little bit of room to move them around.
I don't know if I got it off. Just slightly. We could cut that off, I guess. Okay, so there it is. So now I'm going to let you turn it over and cut.
I guess you could fold them, but
Yeah,
we'll cut.
you could.
There we go. And then this just has a tiny bit. Okay.
All right, so now we have this part on. So we are going to go to doing our image here, and then we'll put our dots on last because we want to really place those where they fit. Okay, so we need our glitter paper and our sticker.
Okay, so we're going to be using this large flower, but we're not
Yes.
using the whole thing.
We're going to peel it, but I would like everyone to notice that when it comes to stickers, you don't have to use everything on a sticker image. So notice we're just using the mum. We are cutting off any of these type of things because we're not using them. They're like the buds.
Yeah, so we'll peel it first.
Yes.
So I'm just kind of wiggling it off the sheet. And should I cut now or should I place it down and then cut?
I would have it come, just place it down.
So we're not worried about this. We're not worried about this, okay?
Or those leafy things. The solid.
So this is okay?
Yep. Okay. Are you going to brayer it on down?
Press, then brayer. I found out the hard way. If you don't press first and you go to brayer, your sticker might move. Have you ever had that?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Okay, do you want me to color or you want to color?
I'm going to let you take this one.
Okie dokie. Okay, so I'm going to put our sample right here. And we've all learned now, when we have a large image, how many markers should we approximately use?
3.
3, okay? So I'm going to use this Olo, which is YO 2.3, and just to kind of show you what color that is, so you can look in your palette, it's kind of like this darker yellow-orange, right? Okay, so that's what we're looking for. Then we're also going to have this Y07, which is the right art, which is kind of this palette. So you can kind of see how those two goes from an orangey to a yellow. And then we have the Y02, which just brightens it all up. Okay, so that's kind of our palette here. If you want to get a little bit darker, you can go to the right art Y35. This one here, it has that orange in it, so we could put a little rustic orange in there and go with 4 colors. In fact, why don't I show you how to use 4 colors? I think that would be a good thing to do. So, the hardest part about a large image, where do I shade? Who decides where to shade? You do. You are the artist. So I'm going with this color right here, the Y35, the darkest of the dark. You want to go, what I like to do is where things kind of overlap. So do you see how down here there's going to be a shadow? I'm kind of going up here. Do you have to stay in the lines? No. So usually the center here is going to be the darkest. Then I'm going to go to my Olo marker. This is that medium kind of yellow orange here, and I'm going to just kind of bring that up. And this one's not going to have a lot of that probably light yellow color. We'll get lighter as we go to the outside. Those outside edges will all be light. So I have that. I'm going to go back in now with my Y7. Squeak, squeak. Jackie loves that sound. There we go. And look how pretty that is. I'm just going to go over a little bit there, but look how pretty. Gorgeous. Okay, now we got to keep working our way out. So thinking about what part has a shadow. So to me, this is going to be dark in there. This is going to be a little dark on the line, maybe this line. So we'll kind of work our way right here, dark, dark, maybe dark there. Come in with our second to medium, kind of get that line. Maybe bring this up because it's still a little dark there. Get that line out. Go to Y07. Kind of keep working up. Leave room for that light color. And then we want that Y02 to be on that tip and really brighten it all up here. And look at that. How pretty is that? Just gorgeous. And we're just going to keep going. So again, dark in here, dark here, dark there, maybe a little dark in there, definitely dark in there. Go to the second color, kind of blot that dark on the line. And you can go back, like if I wanted to, I could add a little dark here just to kind of give it some movement. Now I'm going to go to Y07.
That's turning out like a golden yellow.
It's really pretty. And then we want that really light Y02 on the ends here. You really can't go wrong. Yellow is one of the easiest colors to blend. Look how pretty that is. Do you want to give it a try? Or not
You're
really?
doing so good.
Yeah, I knew that was going to be your answer. So again, I'm just kind of going where I think the darkest areas are going to be. And I'm just doing a little bit at a time. Then I'm going to go into that this one, the Olo. Kind of blending that side. Are you coloring as I'm coloring, everybody? Or are you just watching?
I'm watching. But I think Everyone who's watching must be concentrating because I don't see a lot of chatter in the comments.
How is it coming out? Are you proud of yourself? I'm loving mine for sure. I love this color. It could be interpreted as a fall color, but to me, yellow is very springy. I just love this. See how that's turning out with all the different colors in here? What do you think, Jackie?
I think it looks good, and it's important to note that in order to get that blending looking really good, she's only doing a few petals at a time. So we have Sharon watching and coloring, Kathy is watching the coloring, and Shelly's watching. So lots of just watchers.
Yeah.
That's okay because you can always go back and rewatch as you color your own.
And I think that's good because I get tips when I watch other people, and then the main thing is to go back and do it. Okay, so YO2. By the way, Kathy, I'm glad you got your box. I was worried when you thought you wouldn't, so it all worked out. Yay. Good thing for the post office, they were wrong. Okay, I'm doing my last little section here. Olo. I just think this is gorgeous.
Almost there.
And then the YO7. Always leave room for that light color. Sometimes we forget.
You're doing 4 colors.
Yes, I am. We decided it. Look at that. Is that not gorgeous?
That looks pretty.
It's because it was such a large thing, we decided to try 4 colors.
Okay.
All right, now we need to trim.
I guess that'll be my job.
Okay, so we're going to cut off all these leaves, all these extra flowers. We don't need those leaves or those leaves.
All right. So, I don't know about you, but I like to cut out this section and then I can isolate it. So I'm going to cut around here and then I'm going to trim the detail work.
Yeah, I do the same, Jackie, to be honest. It's easier that way for me. Because otherwise it's too big of a paper.
Yeah.
Is that why you do it?
And I turn my image as I cut, just makes it easier.
We're not going to use those.
I know. Okay. There we go. So I'm going to start here and trim. And I'm going to get as close as I can to that black line. I'm going to cut through this solid one. So remember, you can cut through our stickers. Don't be afraid to do that.
Yeah, I think that's good. And then you could save those, maybe peel them and put them back on the sticker sheet if you want to use it for something else. This is definitely one, though, that I think you want to use the black marker once you cut out to kind of get rid of any white paper marks.
Yeah. See how I just turned my image? I'm not really turning my scissors a whole lot. That's the easiest and fastest way, I think, to cut. Or you could be like Janet and do the scan and cut.
Yes, Janet, don't you feel good being all ahead? I mean, how nice is that? That scan and cut is awesome.
All right.
And like I said, I mean, how much do all of you spend on die cuts? And it's only going to take 10 to 12, and then you could buy that machine and not have to buy a die cut for anything.
Yeah, it's really nice. Just going along, almost there.
Now, sometimes people do ask me, how do I know which scan and cut to purchase? So there's really only one model that they support out there. It's a DX. And the models may look different, and that's only because of the bells and whistles that they give you in the machine. But the machines are all the same, DX. So As long as you buy one of those, you're good to go.
Okay, I did it.
All right, so now you're going to go around those edges with the black.
Okay, it's really important to be careful not to get any black on our yellow flower. How many of you have done that?
I know I have.
I have. Okay, so I'm just going to carefully go around. The nice thing about this flower is it has thick lines, so we have less chance of contaminating our yellow.
But you can really see when you have a white spot, it just goes away and it looks like the sticker.
Yeah. This just takes it up a level. Okay. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on this step. I think that looks good.
It does.
Next.
Okay, so let's go ahead and put our flower on here.
Oh, I didn't know that was me too. Flip it over. We do need adhesive. And we're going to put this right on here. It's okay if it hangs over a little bit.
It's better to hang over where the triangle is rather than the straight edge. You don't want your pages. There you go. Yep, perfect.
Oh, okay.
Now we have our dots. So you can see why you want to put that on first.
So for the dots, what size? I think it's this one.
Yes, correct.
So the second smallest?
It's called small. The other ones are tiny.
I just flung one off the page. How about that? So this is up to you where you want to decorate. Looks like we're decorating in little areas of 2. So 1, 2.
I think the bling adds again, don't you?
Yes, these are glittery dots. Can't have too much glitter. And let's do 2 over here. Easiest bling ever. You just peel and stick. And where else can I put some?
Are you going to put 2 here?
I don't know if 2 will fit there.
You can move that one.
I could go like that.
Yeah.
Move this one in the corner a little bit more. All right.
If you wanted, you could put 2 right there and then call it, right? Wherever you want. It's however your flower went down and your leaves. Really pretty.
Oh my goodness, it keeps jumping. Okay. That step is completed.
Yay! All right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to adhere this onto here. But like I said before, we need a little bit of lift. So we're going to find our foam dots. Now we didn't bring in the nice black ones that we gave you. Where did we put those foam dots? I just had them. Oh dear. We have brand new product, which are black foam dots.
Strips.
Strips, yes, sorry, foam, here they are, foam strips. So we used to carry these white ones. We're now out of stock on them, but we really love the black because when you look, it's going to look more like a finished edge. Do you see that black there? So you don't see the white. So we're in love with these black ones. Okay. Now, 1 strip is not going to be enough. So we're going to do 2.
On each side?
On each side.
All right.
So I am going to use the white because we didn't bring in our black and they weren't in our box because our box didn't have all the bells and whistles. Yours did for some reason. So we're going to go ahead, put this right on the edge, and we are going to trim the excess.
Okay, while you're peeling your foam strips, I have a question from Crafty Kathy. I cut some stickers out with the scan and cut machine, but then I wasn't sure how to hold them while I colored them. I used a roller adhesive to adhere it to the plastic cover that the glitter paper comes in to hold the stickers while I color them. Is there a better way? I do the same thing actually. If I cut before I color, I use a little bit of adhesive on the back of the image to adhere it to something while I'm coloring. That way it doesn't move around while I'm coloring. How about you, Kara?
I find using my silicone crafting mat that I have, and we actually have them for sale on the expo floor, or a Teflon mat, because you can adhere them down on that and then it doesn't stick. And also if I get ink over, it goes on my mat and then I could just wash it off.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so this is one strip right here. Now we're going to add another right on top, because one I felt was not enough. So you literally are going to take another strip. I removed the protective part of that strip, and I'm going to put a double. So I'm stacking two on. You don't have to do this. I just felt it was more practical for the way I wanted to use it. Okay, and then we're going to trim off this part. And trim. These are really sticky, these strips, aren't they?
They are, but that's good.
Yeah. Okay, so now we're going to get the piece that we wanted to go on, and we're going to take off this top layer here. And we're going to match this corner. And take your time.
Because they are sticky. You have to commit to your stick.
And there we go. And we now have made that wonderful bookmark project. What do you think?
Beautiful and cute. Let us know how you're going to use your bookmark. Are you going to give it as a gift? Are you going to keep it to yourself? We have completed 3 projects now, and we are going to start project number 4 after a quick 3-minute break. So this is the kit you'll need to find so that we can make this beautiful magnetic card. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Welcome back, crafters.
Yes, I hope you're having as much fun as Jackie and I. We're just kind of swimming right through these products, or projects, I should say. And now we have a really fun one. So it looks like, a typical card, but it's actually a magnet on the back. So when you give it to somebody, they can release your colored image and put it up as a reminder on something that's magnetic, like a refrigerator.
And this image is so cute. And we were just talking about this card design. We're going to be making our own patterned paper for this one.
Yeah, so it's really, really fun. I hope you're up for the challenge as we do it all together. So this is our card, and I actually really love this sticker, don't you? It just was one of our new stickers, and again, it's going to be a magnet. So I just love how it just sticks onto the card, and maybe you could even put like a gift certificate, and then they can put it up on the refrigerator, reminding themselves to use their gift certificate.
Yes.
How fun. Now, what is this part about the patterned paper that you're talking about?
The black and white strips.
Yes.
That's actually handmade.
It is handmade, so we are going to actually make this. Is not a paper that's in your pack. We're going to make it. So let's go ahead and open our kit and see what's in there. Okay. Lots of pieces I see.
And in my directions over here, I see lots of green writing.
Oh, that must mean lots of cutting. Okay, so here we go. Here are our magnet pieces. So we're going to just put those aside, but these are the magnets. They stick together. This has adhesive on it, so you don't want to take this off until we're ready to use it, okay? Then we have our circle. So this is what our image will go on, and then ultimately the magnet. And we have a strip for the sentiment. We have 2 of these white cardstock. We have black cardstock. And then here is that mystery paper. So this black cardstock actually has score tape already on the back. So we're going to talk about that in a minute. What else do we have? An envelope that we don't need yet. And then our pre-scored card. Do you want to fold that?
Sure, that's super easy. You just fold it on the scored line. And we'll use our tweezers, because we don't have a favorite bone folder yet, and crease it.
You know that they're hard to find, really, just to purchase, to bring in as a product?
No, I know there's different styles though.
Yes,
now.
and we can't decide what style we like anyway. Okay, so now sticker-wise, we are going to need this sticker, which is called the Wonderful Succulents. We are going to need our dots and our border. So have those handy. We don't need them yet because, as always, we're going to make our card base first. Now, I notice this is a landscape card.
Yes, it is.
So what does that mean?
It means that this is landscape, this is portrait.
And it opens?
From the bottom. But this one doesn't.
Oh, yeah, that's just
she
our
didn't mount it yet.
So that will go onto our pre-scored card so that it opens from the bottom. Okay. All right, so I get my little cutter here. Here we go.
Okay, going to our green writing. Trim your black cardstock 5.5 by 4 1/4.
So this is the black cardstock without the score tape, just so you know. I believe, let's see, what is it? Is it, okay, what is it? 4 1/4?
By 5.5.
4 1/4, it already is. 5.5, it already is.
Okay, let's trim our white cardstock.
Okay.
4 by 5 1/4.
4, 5 1/4, already is.
Trim black cardstock with the score tape 3 by 6.
Yes, so it's already comes 3 by 6. So no cutting. Gosh, this is great. No cutting.
Oh, the directions say that we had to put it together ourselves, but it was already done.
I decided to do it for all of you. Let's hear it for Kara. Woo-hoo-hoo. But if you wanted to make it, the directions tell you how to make it. You need a piece of score tape. You would cut it 3 by 6. You would cut your black cardstock 3 by 6. peel one part of the score tape and put it right on the black cardstock. So I did all of that for everybody.
Okay, and now it says trim various size strips of the black cardstock from 1/8 to 3/8 inches.
That's right. So remember this right here? We're just gonna cut any size strips you want. It doesn't matter. And then we're gonna make a pattern. Does it have to come out like this pattern? No. So we're gonna go across and we're gonna vary our strips. So let's do a couple at 1/4 inch. I'll just start that. So we'll do 1, 2, maybe I'll do 3 at 1/4 inch. You don't have to do what I'm doing. And you don't really have to think about it. Now, let's see. Maybe I want 3/8 of an inch because it's a little fatter. So I'll do one of those. And of course, I'll do a second one because I like to do things in pairs. Whoops. There we go. And then what about that 1/8 of an inch?
Oh yeah, we did 1/4, you did 3/8. Now we need 1/8.
1/8. So that's a super skinny one, which I really like. So I'm going to do a couple of those while my piece is still large. And then I'll let you pick a couple in a minute, Jackie. Wait, where's our tweezers? This little wire is stuck there. Come on, get off. There we go. I'll do another one. I like the really skinny ones. So I'm going to do 4 of those. Okay, I don't even, if I wanted to, I didn't even have to look at this.
You know what I mean? Do random.
Yeah, just go random. But I know a lot of you out there like to follow rules, like the measurements. All right, I got to the end. So now what I have is a bunch of strips. This is what we're going to put it on, and we are not going to trim this until we put our strips on.
So the directions actually say to cut it at 4 by 5 1/4, do the strips and cut it again.
Yeah.
So you don't want to cut it first?
It is 4 by 5 1/4.
Oh, you did both of these at that size?
Yeah.
Oh, where was I? Oh, you're right. Okay.
Okay, so we are. So now it's time to put our strips. Now, before you go and just put all your strips down, look at all these paper strips we have. You can go ahead and kind of get an idea what you might like. So, you know, maybe I just want to just kind of randomly put these on and see what it is that I like. Do you see how pretty this is? Where are some of those really skinny ones? So I'm somebody who lays out my ideas first. What about you?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
It's down there. Where's a fat one? Here's a fat one. Maybe we'll put this one down here. Now ultimately, what size is this paper going to be cut?
After we put these down, it's going to be 5 by 3 3/4.
So I may want to leave some white down here so I could trim that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because we're going to trim the sides.
I don't know. How are you liking it? Maybe I don't want to use all these. I think something along this nature I like. Do you like that?
Okay, that looks good.
Okay, so I have extra. Do you have extra? I mean, if I want, I could add these on, but I kind of like the white showing as well.
Yeah, we want white showing.
Okay, so now that I kind of have an idea, it's a matter of getting it straight. It doesn't have to be super straight, but you should try. So I'm going to put this top one first. So all you have to do is kind of fold the corner over. And on the bottom, you should try to have a Teflon sheet or something that it's okay for the tape to stick to.
And I have to say that once you put this down, you have to commit to the stick. It is not coming back up.
Okay, so there it is. There's the tape already on there. And I'm just going to kind of
commit to the stick.
Yep. There we go. Okay. I'm going to go with this one and just turn it from the sticky side. Now, it'll just come up if you kind of push it over. It kind of releases that. Is my head in there?
No.
Don't worry if you're off, if you're not straight. It doesn't matter.
So far, you're doing pretty good.
Just try to go with it.
Some people find it helpful to stand up over their project. We're already standing.
Okay, now I'm going to skip down a little bit, I think, for this next strip. Have a little bit more white showing. What's your design like? More white. Oops, where'd that go? I think I'm going to have little ones here. I just think it's fun to show what you could do with your scraps. So can't you imagine having a really beautiful, colorful one here? You know, some of our papers that are all coordinated.
Yeah.
But black and white is classic. Oh, come on. There we go. There it is. So, anybody out there happy that I did the score tape for them?
I know that Sharon is.
All right. Now we're going to put this one down. I'm going to leave that gap. So I'm going to kind of leave a gap like that. Now, who knew that we were going to be making our own paper? Jackie didn't even get that till I told her.
Nope.
Okay. And as you can see, having these strips be longer really helps you when you're putting it down.
And we would move this up, but I think the adhesive is on the table.
Oh, I can move it up. Is that better?
Yes. If you can imagine, Janet's changing it up to suit a paper she's been dying to use in her stash.
Oh, I love it, Janet. Hope you'll show us a picture. Okay, I'm going to put this down a little bit. Maybe I'm going to put this on the bottom and bring in a small one. What do you think, Jackie?
Yeah.
And where's one? Oh, I didn't have a super small one, so we're going to do two of these. Okay, I think we got it. And remember, we are now going to trim this. So how are you doing out there? Good, I hope. And I'm going to lift mine up. I'm going to turn it over, take my scissors. I think I'm going to use these scissors because they're bigger. And I'm just going to trim this off. Who uses different scissors for different things?
Not me. I only use those little ones.
Really? I have little and big ones of the Tim Holtz. You know, he really doesn't make those anymore, and it makes me mad because I really like those small 5-inch ones. Okay, there we go.
Okay, so bringing our trimmer back, we need 5 by 3 3/4.
Okay, so 3 3/4 is this way. So let me see here. If I go like this, I'm going to cut it right at the black, which I don't want to. So I'm going to leave a little bit of white and then turn it around. So, I don't know if I did that straight. Now you can really see how your strips are, huh? There you go. Okay, so now I'm going to turn it around. And you said 3 3/4?
Yes.
There we go. Okay, because I like having that white showing. So to me, that looks good.
And then 5 inches across.
All right, so again, just to kind of make it nice and straight on both sides, I'm going to go in here and then I'm going to turn it around to 5.
And then we might want to take our nail file on the edge because our trimmer has a little bit of.
Okay, but look how pretty that is. Isn't that gorgeous paper? Yes, we need a new blade, so we're just going to take off any of these rough edges. Okay, how's that?
Looks good.
All right, yay. So now it's a matter of putting these together.
Oh, we have one more cut.
Oh,
Lavender.
excuse my arm, everybody. Okay, lavender.
So for the sentiment, we gave you a strip. We need it 3.5 by 1/2 inch.
Okay, I'm going to do the 3.5 first. 3.5. 1/2 inch. Okay, is that it then?
That's it.
Yippee! Alrighty, now what? Are we going to put our pieces
Let's
together?
do some matting.
Okay. So, I'm going to get my crafting square. Line it on up. I think that looks pretty good. What do you think?
Looking good.
It's hard to see for us because of our angle. Gonna take, is it the white next?
Yes.
Gonna take our white, put my adhesive on it. And I'm gonna hold this down. Put this down. There we go. Okay.
And we'll do it again with our handmade paper.
Yeah, when it's white on the bottom, I could really see that line. Okay, so this is our handmade paper. Now, I'd like some feedback. Who enjoyed making their own paper? Was that not fun? I mean, I try to come up with things that are out of the norm. I don't know if I have that straight, but it looks like it. You know what's throwing me off is that white.
Yeah.
Okay, look at that.
Looks good. Okay, now I think we better put our lavender down. Oh wait, no, we have to wait for that.
Yeah.
Okay. On to the coloring.
Alrighty, so color away. Here you go.
We have our glitter paper already burnished. And we need our succulent. I gotta find it. Here we go. What's nice is if you noticed, we have extra stickers left over on every sheet we've used so far. Alright, so we're gonna peel. Kind of wiggle it.
Now this is kind of a fun way or sticker of having a succulent, right?
It is.
In a nice decorative jar.
So some of my insides are sticking.
Well, it's a good time to show people how to take it out.
So this is my succulent, and where should I put it so it's easy to see here?
On the bottom there.
Okay, we'll go all the way to the bottom. Something just fell. Stick it. Okay, so I kind of pressed it down. Now I'm going to take my tweezers and I'm going to take out these little negative pieces because we want to be able to color those in. Now, why does this happen sometimes?
You know, these stickers are heat pressed. So sometimes I think maybe the way the heat press and where it is in the line doesn't always just get it as deep. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It just does happen occasionally, and it's easy if you have our wonderful tweezers to just take those pieces out.
And don't try to do this while it's dangling in the air. You'll have a lot more trouble.
And this is why we like to craft with you, so you can see all these little tips and tricks. Are you enjoying that? I think we've given quite a bit of tips and tricks.
Now the downside about this is you won't be able to use the negative because these pieces came up.
Yeah, that is true. So one thing you could do is maybe press everything first before you peel. I don't know. Or try to put those back.
No. Okay, one got stuck under the sticker. Alright, I'm gonna have to lift. So it got stuck to the back. There we go. Alright, I think that's all I'm going to be able to get right now, because I can't get this one up. Oh, it's stuck on the back. Okay. I'm getting there.
I'm sure everybody likes how you're going slow right now.
Okay, I got it. Woo! Oh wait, I have one more. Okay. Now, doesn't that look nicer?
It does. Such a beautiful image, really is.
Press, press, press. Brayer. Next.
Now we also have two little butterflies, so where are those found?
Oh, I found another. Well, that's just gonna stay. Butterflies are right on the sheet. And I'll just use some of my space off to the side here. Okay, guess what we get to do again. I feel like a surgeon, like I'm playing an operation.
Yeah, that operation game.
Okay, got it. We are ready to color. Thank goodness. It's not the end of the world when that happens, but it just adds an extra step. So we're gonna need a variety of colors. So for our greens, let's start with those olive greens we've been using. I'm using Right Art YG29 and YG00. Okay, so we're only gonna do the cactus this area so we can add some variety to the greens that we're using. So let's start out with that dark color.
Keep putting that card at an angle.
Does that bother you?
It kind of does. I don't know why.
Gosh. Okay. So dark towards the bottom of the cactus. And then we'll take our light green YG00 and blend by dragging the color up. So on this particular image, our shadows are going to be towards the bottom. That's pretty. And then we have another one off to the left here. Shall we talk a little bit about light source?
I did on my last one, but you go ahead.
It doesn't really matter where your light source is coming from as long as you're somewhat consistent. So for this one, I'm picturing that the sun is coming from overhead or from directly shining down. That's why the shadow is towards the bottom. But there's no shading police, okay? So if yours isn't perfectly consistent, don't worry about it. So for the next succulents, let's change up our greens a little bit. Let's use some of that G13 and YG06. So our dark is going to be the YG13.
You mean G13?
Yeah, G13. Sorry. And then our light will be YG06. Look how vibrant this is. So bright. It just gives you that contrast. Mine's a little bit different than your sample.
Yeah, I have to say I use Dolos. So the best match has a little different sometimes.
Okay. All right, so here's a tip I'm noticing as I'm coloring. So if you look at the image, this should technically be not colored. However, we don't want to have to cut those out. So we're going to pretend that the plant is also back here. Nobody
How
will
do you know that's not the way it is? It could be a leaf that's behind there.
Well, that's what we're hoping.
Yep. But you're right. We don't want to cut in the middle of the image.
All right, so here's the other leaf that's on the right. I don't get to use this color a lot. It's so pretty.
It is pretty. I know green is one of your favorite colors.
It is.
Because it's your birthstone, right?
Emerald. Okay, so next, let's do this purple flower. So we have BV08 and BV00. And this will bring out that lavender on the card.
Yeah, I think you kind of need lavender somewhere to has kind of something to, highlight the black and white.
Now this color purple is very dark, so just use a little bit and then use a lot of that BV00 to blend it, and that'll give you that middle tone and the light color.
A lot of people use different scissors for different projects.
Oh, just like you.
Just like me. Yay.
So just a tiny bit of this dark purple. So we don't want it to be all dark. And then lots of light purple to bring out that lavender paper that we're using. And I'm kind of dabbing it because this flower is so small. I'm just kind of dotting the ink and it's blending really nice. Okay, there's our flower. It's so pretty. Let's add a little bit of the flower on top. So what color was that?
It was RV 17. Give it that kind of wild pink.
Okay, RV17.
Haven't you ever seen a pink flower on a cactus?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's kind of what that is.
I think I've seen yellow too.
Oh, I've not. Oh.
All right, so next, let's do these little circles. That they're actually blue, and then bling was put on top of them. So I've got B09 and B02.
So if you're going to put bling, you don't really have to shade.
Maybe I want to.
Okay. And by the way, I just noticed a third butterfly right on the top of that succulent.
All right, I see that. So this is B09, okay? You don't have to do this part if you don't want to. I think it looks pretty.
Yeah, maybe you don't want to put bling on it. Could be a choice.
Here's B02. So we're just kind of blending that out. Now this is the image where you want to be careful not to go outside the lines because we don't want to mix our colors. When you have a lot of things going on in your image, you have to be careful. Okay, so let's peel another butterfly and do the blue. And I forgot to color the purple butterfly as well.
Would you make them all blue, or do you like the purple and blue?
I like the purple and blue.
I think purple and blue are very uplifting, cool colors, don't you?
Yeah, these colors are really pretty. All right, so blue butterfly. Back to B09. And now B02. And the purple butterfly is BV08. And BV00. I say O, I don't say 0.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm kind of OO too. I don't know why.
It's easier for me to say.
Yeah.
But O means 0. Okay, and then for the rest of this little planter pot, We're going to use some grays, so CG06 and CG02. So starting with that darker color, we'll go from the edge on both sides.
So the silver is almost like a stainless looking pot.
Or maybe it's concrete.
Yeah, concrete was the other idea I had. You beat me to it, but that's what I was just thinking. Such a nice uplifting image.
And then in between all these little dots we have gray. So I'm adding a little bit of the CG06. And then I will blend out with CG02. So in these little areas, light pressure is best. If you add too much pressure, your ink might go underneath the sticker. All right, and then for the remaining part of the pot, we're gonna do E18. If you want to add some darker color to blend, you can. I'm just gonna go in with E18. Such a detailed sticker. Very pretty.
I think it's fun to color a lot sometimes.
Okay, look, it's all colored in. Now we get to cut it out. Fun. Now, do you want to do the magnet while I cut out, or do you want to watch me?
Yeah, we'll wait. We could chit chat. So at this point, Jackie and I would like to thank everyone for your patience in this particular crafting box. We had various shipping issues due in part to the weather, and we've had nothing but a lot of snow up here, which really put a delay in things. So normally we are not delayed, but we were in this case.
Not only did it delay us, but it delayed our supplies that we needed to use in this box. That would be the silicone and the shaker bits. Silicone tool holder.
Yeah, so we want to, again, thank you very much for your patience. This was kind of an anomaly. We normally are right on it. And we still continue to have quite a following on these boxes. So,
but we do understand that our live viewers is not as many today because we had to change the date.
Yeah.
So thank you for being here with us. Does it make you dizzy when I cut like this?
Somewhat. I was just noticing, you are really reading my mind today.
That's a little scary.
It is. Now we will not be carrying these magnet strips, so don't ask us about that, or at least we haven't talked about carrying them. So I did get these particular strips off of our Amazon account. But they came in sheets, and I actually cut them down to the size as notated in your instructions, which I believe are
1 1/4.
1 1/4 by 1 1/4. So they were cut here in our office.
Almost there. I know not everyone cuts as fast as I do. I'm someone who doesn't like to cut. So I do it fast.
But you like when it's done, right?
And I do. As a little fact about me, when I was 15 all the way through, I don't know, periodic summers into college, I worked at a after-school daycare, and when you work with the younger kids, you have to cut out everything for them.
Yeah, that is so true.
Okay, so I had a lot of practice. All right, now I need to cut out the butterflies, so let's see where those went.
Maybe just cut out one. Which one? The one on the magnet?
Okay, blue. I'm doing this off camera because I need to see it, okay?
Yeah. Sometimes we can't do things from afar. So think about cutting with your hands stretched out. That's what happens to us. But like Jackie said, you really don't want to see the top of our head in the picture.
Yeah, that's not my
So
favorite.
we're still here. We are cutting a butterfly. Now, if you have not finished coloring or you're not finished cutting out, that's okay. We're just going to proceed, and you can catch up during the break or maybe after it's we've given you all the basics.
All right, you're on. You're the assembly.
I'm the assembler. Okay. So if you want to, now is a good time to go around with your black marker. I'm just going to do that in just a couple little spots. Okay, so maybe on the tips here. I just really think that just helps, especially if you have these tight little areas. But the tips of these plants, it really does add a finishing touch, don't you think?
Yes. Okay, guess what? I got them all cut out.
Ooh, very good. Okay, you did a good cut job on this one. And then when you have a small thing like this, I sometimes take my tweezers to hold it because that way I won't slip. Or I tend to get a lot of black on my fingers. Okay, so there's that. All right, I'm just going to do that one, but she has cut out all of them. So here we go. Let's get all these pens out of the way. That was a lot of pens. How many did you use?
Quite a few. Now I see a comment. Jen said she didn't realize that the video was today. She should go get her box. Yes, we have 3 more projects to do. You could do it with this live.
Okay, I think we're gonna have to scoot in the video a little bit. So let's put our magnet together. So that is this part. So the first thing we're gonna do is mat the white on the purple. So the white circle on the purple.
Wait a minute. Are you sure? Nope.
Oh yeah.
Good thing you have an adhesive eraser.
But you know what? Can I change it up? Okay, so Jackie caught me. This part was not right, but guess what? I'm going to show you another way. So who wants me to start over, or can I show you a different way? Maybe I want this matting of the purple and the magnet on the back of that. See, you told me to do it and I wasn't paying attention. Okay, so what I'm going to do is put my magnet on the back of this, all right? So the way that this was done, the magnet went on the back of the white. This is what would go on the fridge or whatever your magnet goes on. But I'm mixing it up, so I'm going to take this whole piece and it'll have a matted purple, which I kind of like better in some ways. So you could do it the way that you want, follow the instructions, or this way, it doesn't matter. Now, the easiest way I found to do this is you want to put both of these pieces together. So kind of line them up as best as you can. And then you're going to take the protective layer off of one side and you're going to put it on the back of this. Okay. Now this is where your card is going to come in. You're going to take the back of this protective layer and you're going to put it where you want it.
You might want to put this down here for a reference.
I'm just going to put it at the top. But yeah, you can do that. So you kind of want it to be somewhat even. Maybe like that. Okay, and then like Jackie had suggested, you could put this down here. But by doing that, look, it kind of fits under there. Isn't that cool?
Uh-huh.
Okay, now look at this. When your recipient gets it, it goes off, and then it goes on. Isn't that cool?
Very cute.
Okay, so shall we put this on now?
Yes, we'll need adhesive.
Oh, Jackie, there's always one video where Kara just does things off track. But that's what makes me so delightful. I like how you colored this. It's very pretty.
Thanks.
Okay.
I copied the example.
There's that. And then we have our blue butterfly. I'm going to use my tweezers to place that. Maybe put him right here or her. There we go. Look how pretty now when they take this as a magnet. It's just so gorgeous. Okay. Now we are going to put our other butterflies on. So I have 2 purple. We'll put one up here. We'll put one on the side because I don't want to lose these butterflies. They're small. That goes there. And now we're going to work on our sentiment. So I'm going to push that up a little bit, and here is this piece. Okay, I put it like that. Mine is kind of bowed a little bit, so I was looking to see if the other side was better, but it doesn't matter. Now notice how this is kind of going to use every little spot. So let's start with that word wonderful, which is right here. Again, I'm going to do my little trick to get control, and I'm going to go over as far as I can. And I'm not going to press it all the way down until I'm really happy with that. And now I need in every way. I like that the words are hooked together. This is where I might make a faint pencil mark just to kind of make sure I'm straight.
Remember, you're leaving a little bit of room for that border we're going to add.
Yeah, that's actually on the very edge. Hardly on the paper. Good point. I like, again, that the words are all together. This one has a lot of the inside, so I'll have to take that out. So let me just move this up a little bit. Okay, so now we have the inside of an E here, which we want to get that piece out. So how do you usually do it? I just kind of dig.
You can pick it or you can pinch it.
Yep. This one. There's that. That piece. There, I think that's looking pretty good. What do you think?
Looks good.
Okay.
Let's adhere it.
Well, yes, we can do that. Okay, and I think I'm going to put this toward the bottom of my white paper. Maybe move it over just a little bit. Okay, there we go, right there. Now we need our border sticker. And it looks like we use the diamond.
Yes, it does. It kind of looks like the edge of a postage stamp to me.
It does. That's a good thing. And we're just going to put it on the edge here. And if your F is underneath it, like mine, I'm just going to lift my F up like that. Trim. We're missing our scissors.
Right here. I don't know why we only have one.
Me neither. And then we'll go up here. I like to do top, bottom, side, side, or side, side, top, bottom. That way I have the same thing when I overlap on top, meaning this time I'll have the sides up. And do you think this piece is going to make it to the other side?
I think so.
Looks like it. Look at that. We utilize one piece of this border. Ooh, it didn't quite make it. Darn. Well, actually, I'm just going to manipulate it. There. Press, press, put my magnet down, and there we go, Jackie, a finished card.
Beautiful, but guess what? We didn't finish it because you need bling.
Oh, we do need the bling. Are you going to do that?
Okay, I'll add the bling. Bling is optional. Maybe you want to keep them blue. I like the blue. We're going to use the second largest dot. I think, let me match mine up. Yep, second largest dot on these larger circles. See, you do see the blue behind it.
Yeah, that's pretty. I think the bling gives it some 3D.
Yeah. Okay. Got one there, one more. And then we're going to use a smaller bling for those other ones. So one size smaller. I'm going to compare. Looks right. It's hard for me to tell the size of the bling. Three more. 1, 2.
And then you can cut one in half for the edge.
Okay, got my tweezer, got my scissors. Cut. And place. Oh, gotta move it a little bit and then we'll call it done. There we go. Cute.
Very cute. I just think it's adorable. And I really like that we did the matting this way. I kind of like it better than the original.
And then I see a comment from Jen saying, couldn't you put the magnet behind the striped papers to hide it?
Absolutely, if you want.
Okay, there you go. Another way. So we've done 4 projects together now. I can't believe it. And we will be moving on to the 5th project, but we need a little bit of a break to get something to drink and get our next project ready. So we're going to make the shaker card together. Make sure you find your kit with those sprinklets in the front.
Yes, and I can hardly wait. Shaker card.
Welcome back, crafters.
We're back. I like saying that once in a while. We're back.
Yes, and we are on project number 5, and it's a cute shaker card featuring the daisy outline sticker.
Yes, so shaker cards are coming back to Krazy Creations. We love them, and we thought you would enjoy making one together.
Yes, so let's look at the card, and then we'll get started making it. Here's our sample right here. Shake, shake, shake. We can see all those sprinklets in there. These are a fun little shaker bit. I guess we call them shaker bits.
Yeah, they're made of clay, and what I like about them is they don't have that static to the acetate.
Yes, and they come in all different designs, and they're really fun to use. So we can't wait to make this with you right now. So we have our supplies. We have our kit. We have our stickers.
We need our kit. We need the daisy sticker. We're going to use our sentiment sticker, some bling, and the border. Okay, so let's start by opening up our kit.
Now this is an A2 card, so hopefully we have that pre-scored card and envelope in there.
Yeah, really. Here we go.
I'm going to put our shaker and our sprinklets off to the side. Here's our envelope. We don't need this right now. And I'm just going to take the pre-scored card and crease it, because we like to crease.
Now this is a landscape card, which is, that means that it is 5.5 inches across landscape. Do you want to show that? And it opens on the bottom.
Just like the other one we just did. Now we have all of our papers here, and we're going to do some trimming.
Right.
If we're lucky, maybe some of the papers were pre-cut to the right size.
We will see. I'm going to guess the black one, yes.
All right, so it doesn't say to start with black. It says trim the orange stripe paper.
Okay, but the black is in the background, so that's 4 1/4 by 5.5. So guess what? We don't have to cut that one.
Okay, sounds good.
Now, there is a reason. Okay, we're going to cut these to what size? 4?
4 by 5 1/4.
So let's go ahead and cut both of the flower and the stripe to 4 by 5 1/4, but do not cut the angle yet, because I need to tell you something about that.
So you have 2 pieces, because the front is stripe, the back is flowers.
Right.
4 by 5 1/4.
Okay, so now we have these 2 pieces, and one has a flower, one has a stripe. So you're wondering, well, if we're cutting it in a triangle, why do we have 2 when we could just use the back of the other? Well, guess what? It won't work out that way. So you need to cut an angle of the stripe facing up, and then the triangle with the floral facing up. Okay, and I'll show you how that works.
Can I make a suggestion? We could just put the stripe one in the background and only cut the floral.
We could, but that's not how I did it.
Okay.
But we could. So what Jackie is saying is you can mat this if you prefer, and then you can just cut this in the triangle and use it. But the way that I did it and the instructions read is this way. So this time I am going to do it this way with the stripe up, because this way you could potentially make 2 cards. So there's the stripes, and if you notice, if I wanted this, it doesn't work at all, okay? So you need to have each one separate. So we did the stripe up, now we're going to do the floral up. Guess how I learned that?
Trial and error?
Yes, the hard way. I think this paper is pretty. Okay. So now I will probably need to still cut, but if we want now, how does this go? Jackie, help me out, help me out. There's that. And then here's this. Okay, so you see how that works? So if you tried, it wouldn't work any other way. Doesn't fit. But now you have this that you can make another card.
Okay.
Okay, so we cut that. We're still cutting, I take it.
Yep, we have to trim our white cardstock for the sentiment. 5 by 1/2 inch.
All right, let's get that 5 right here by 1/2 inch. You know, I didn't even think of the way you said. I'll remember that for next time.
You still need 2 pieces.
Yeah. Okay, there's that.
And then black, 5 1/4 by 3/4.
5 1/4 by 3/4. Got it.
That's all the cutting.
All right, not so bad. So where are we going next? Putting our papers together?
Yes. So here is our black. The stripe will be up here. The flower will go down here. And I guess I will do this one. I'm not going to use the crafting square though.
Okay.
Let's see how good I can eyeball it. Alright, so we're leaving about 1/8 inch matting. And then we'll do the flower piece. Not too bad.
Yeah, and we're going to put a border down that seam.
And then we're going to mat the white strip onto the black.
So the border first.
I want to do my white on the black first. What do you think different? Okay, that looks good. I want to move mine up a little bit. There we go. Now we'll take our border and go across the seam here. So you used a line.
Yeah, a solid line.
Gotta get those tweezers. And we'll go right on the seam of the papers. If you don't get it perfect in that lower corner, that is okay. We're going to cover it.
And this is a perfect way to match 2 seams up. So if you had a little bit of crookedness going on, it's now hidden, right?
Yes. Then we'll trim the extra. I have a hard time picking up flat paper. Do you?
I do. I use my tweezers a lot.
Okay. Sorry, I'm off camera. Do-do-do. Okay, there we go. One more press. Then we can adhere this little strip down to the bottom. Sometimes I get all these little strips stuck on me from cutting.
You mean border strips?
Yeah, and gems, stuff like that.
Yeah. So this you're going to match the end and the bottom so that it's black to black, right?
Unless you're like me and you have to move it. Okay.
That looks great. So now we're going to look for our sentiment, which if we put right here, and we are going to do happy, happy birthday. How do you like that?
Works for me.
So here's a happy right here.
Or maybe you're just happy, happy, happy.
Yeah, it could be. How about you?
We'll just copy our sample. But there are options for you.
Happy. And there's another happy down. Wait, where's that other happy? Oh, here it is. Well, that's kind of a smaller one, but maybe.
Is it? Looks the same. Oh, it is smaller.
I'm going with it.
But look, I think that's smaller.
Yeah. Happy, happy, and then the word birthday.
Leave room for dots.
We're not, but I did. Okay. Is that one going up a little? Maybe it should go like that. There, I think that looks good. And now we got to take the middles out. Okay, so there's that one. This one. This one. I'm just kind of moving it around, it seems like. Happy, happy. There it is. See, told you. And this doesn't come out of the H, just so you know. So there we go.
Okay, happy, happy birthday. Dot, dot, dot.
Yep. Dot, dot, dot. Whoops, something fell down there. All right, so I'm going to take dot. And I'm using the small, so the one above the tiny.
Kay loves this card.
All right, Kay. Whew, where'd that go? Right here. We haven't even done the shaker part yet. But it is bright and cheerful, isn't it? There. How does that look?
Cute. Time for the shaker.
Okay, so our shaker is going to go on this, so we could put this down right now, shall we? Just so we could kind of have that. Look how pretty that paper is. Is that not bright and cheerful and happy?
Apricot.
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 So I am going to put this down just so I don't lose this piece, because as we make shakers, we may have a lot of stuff spread out, right? But that's where our shaker's going to go, right here. So here we go. All right. So the first thing you need to know is these are sprinklets. As Jackie said, it does come in this clamshell, and you're going to want to just kind of release the tape on each side. But you open it from the back up.
Otherwise, you're going to have fun.
Yes. Now, there's a lot of bits in here. This easily does 3 cards, if not 4 or 5. It's all a matter of how generous you want to put in that shaker. But I put a lot in there, and I still have a lot left over. So that's why I'm very thankful that they come in these little clamshells. Now, are we going to be offering these for sale? Not by March 31st, but when?
Yeah, I'm hoping every time we go to add them, we need to use them in a kit.
Okay, so we're going to try to put an assortment of sprinklets up by March 31st. So if you like these, we'll also have our foam shapes for sale at the same time. Okay, so here's these. So this will be ready to go, but we're not going to put the sprinklets in yet. Now, we put this stuff in a separate bag because these are laser cut. Now, laser cut means, and I'm going to do this, don't you do this, you're going to want a paper towel or something, because if you go around the edge, do you see how that laser burn comes off? So you need to be very careful, and we always recommend that you clean your edges first if you don't want to get that black all over. So that's that. It's the same with the foam and the ring. Okay, so you need to be careful of this, because if you go like that, you might get some black. Okay, but these tend to be a little bit cleaner. So let's follow those instructions, Jackie, and what do they say?
Okay, adhere the foam frame to the solid chipboard piece.
Okay, so this is going to go on here. Normally, or sometimes we might put a paper on here, but today we're going to leave it black because it kind of goes with our black card. So, to put this on, what I prefer to use is score tape. So this is an 1/8 inch score tape. Now you can use glue. You can use, what else? Whatever, you know.
Adhesive roller?
Yeah, you could use this roller. What happens to me though is that I don't want to get any adhesive inside, you know, in here, because then the bits will stick. So what I like about the 1/8 inch is I'm manipulating it, and although it looks wrinkly, what's happening is when I take the protective layer off, the tape is fine. If you want to use wet glue, that's fine, but on the adhesive part or the acetate part, I always get afraid that it's going to kind of goop into my, you know, middle of the acetate, and then what do you do? So I prefer dry adhesive. Okay, I'm going to get another piece here. I'm going to trim this off a little bit. Okay, now I'm going to take this protective layer off, and as you can see, like I told you, the tape is on there perfectly.
Okay, a question for you. Is the score tape going on the foamy circle?
Yes.
It is.
Okay, now I'm going to put this on here, right?
Yes,
Is
so
that
you
what
put
your
it on
instructions say?
add it to the solid chipboard piece.
Okay, so now you can see that there's a nice well for all of those little bits to go into.
Okay, now it says to add your shaker elements. Those are sprinklets.
Okay, so literally you're just going to dip in and add. I think these are so pretty.
That's a lot.
Why can't I?
You can.
Gosh. And look how many are still in here. I told you guys, there's so much.
These are made out of clay, in case you're wondering.
So I like to just kind of shake it to see. I mean, there's nothing wrong with adding a lot. Okay. So there's that. Now
Okay.
what?
Now we need to peel the protective layer off of the acetate, one side only.
Okay, so what that means is, do you see how this is kind of foggy looking? That's because one side has a protective layer on it, and you never know which side it is. So how I do it is I take my tweezers, maybe you have a poker, kind of poke down and see if anything moves and comes up. Then I go to the other side. There it is.
This layer of plastic is to protect it from scratches. That's why it's on there.
Okay, so I'm going to put this down because the next part is to put this on here, right?
Yeah, so now it says to adhere the acetate to the top of the foam frame.
So we need to put this back on the top of the foam frame. This is where I definitely like using the dry adhesive. You could put wet, but I'm afraid it'll get on the acetate part.
How is everyone doing with their shaker?
Now, Jackie, we have a few shaker cards for sale on the internet. What are they?
We have a bunny. We have a flower frame. We have a fish bowl. And we still have a few, just a couple left, of the leprechaun.
Yeah, we made more because they sold out so fast, but they're not coming back, those leprechauns. And the bunnies will also be going away.
I want to read this comment from Melody. She's really enjoying this Crafter's box.
Oh, I'm so glad, Melanie. By the way, thank you so much for helping us out at Pleasanton. You are a great helper and a great friend. Okay, now it's time to take this protective part off. So we're going to go in. Now, if you wanted to, you could add sequins or other things to these bits. The problem with sequins, though, is they tend to kind of have that static thing to the acetate here. Now you're going to put this on, just like that. And now basically you could shake, shake, shake. However, this part doesn't look so great, so that's why you have, in this case, a black rim. Now look at it. One side has laser marks, the other side is pristine. So you want to put your adhesive on the opposite side. Now this is where I'm going to use this.
Yes, and sometimes we decorate with different color, we call them rings or rims. This time we're doing black. But it would have been cute with the pattern paper too. If you have a scan and cut, you could totally make your own ring.
Janet! Alright, so here I have that dot roller adhesive on here, and I'm just going to put it on. It hides the acetate. And there. We now have our beautiful shaker. What do you guys think?
Yippee!
I love it.
Okay, so now we'll need to adhere this to our card. What adhesive do you recommend?
Okay, so we're going to be putting adhesive on the back of the chipboard, so you could pretty much use anything.
Will the roller be strong enough?
It will. So you could put the roller, but now that you say that, I have been tending to put this on. Thank you for reminding me. I just like to make sure my shaker, after all that work, is going to stay on there, so I'll put both. How's that?
Okay. Now, Barbara's here and she really wishes she ordered this box. I don't think we have any more. Otherwise, I would say you could still get it.
Yeah, they sell out really.
Yeah, we only make a certain amount. But there will be a summer edition coming up.
Okay, so now we're going to go ahead, put this in the center, and there's that part. So now we need to decorate with our beautiful glitter daisies. So are you going to do that part?
I guess I will.
You guess so. Ooh, that's
Okay.
the fun part.
All right, so we need our glitter paper. We're still using the same glitter paper. And we'll need 2 large daisies and 1 small. So here's our daisy sheet. Now I'm looking at the card over here. We also need leaves, but they don't look attached. So we're going to cut our leaves after we color them and then put them on the card like this. Okay? So let's peel. I'm going to put this over here. So 1 large, 2 large. I think we need to make another version of a daisy because this was one of the first stickers you did.
And it's my favorite.
But I think we need another daisy.
I agree. I love daisies. Do you think they should be bigger, smaller, same size?
Same size, but I think, I don't know, I would prefer them a little more uniform. These are more like whimsical.
I like them, but I could see what you mean. We could have different types.
Yeah.
But this was, like you said, one of the very first stickers that I drew.
Okay, let's put this somewhere. Just trying to fit it on here in the best spot, so we use the space of our glitter paper the best.
Maybe you want to trim it. Would it be better?
I could trim it now to separate the leaves. We're not going to use the stems. And then I do have one little piece that came over like that. Press and brayer. Okay. That's ready to go. I'm going to go like this. Move this one out of the way. Now our daisies on here are orange to match our pattern paper. And I think we're going to go back to the same colors we used on the first, that was in the second card.
Yeah, you mean with the roses?
Yes,
Yeah.
the rose strips.
Pretty.
So YR18, YR01, and I'm throwing in that OLO R0.4. Now, if you have any questions, I'm handing them over to Kara. Okay.
Okie dokie.
So remember, dark, medium, light. Dark is YR18. And I always put the dark on the inside of the petal. One thing I want to note is, see how my dark is in all different areas here? It's going up, it's going down, versus I'm not going like this. That's uniform, and flowers are never uniform, so you want to make sure there's some variation in where you're putting that dark color. Okay, medium is the OLO. Leave room for that lightest color. And then we'll just go to the very edge. And I will continue to do this for all 3 daisies.
Now, if you really want a bright edge, you could even add some of that YO2 on the very tip, right?
Yeah. I will do this flower one way and I'll change it up on the next.
Yeah, I like that flower. I just love the orange. And you know what's funny? I never liked orange before.
Orange is happy.
How many of you out there have changed what you like as your favorite color? Because I know that I never really liked orange or even green, and now I use them a lot. Speaking of which, what are the colors in your wedding going to be, Jackie?
My wedding colors are dusty blue, peach, and blush. Very pretty beachy colors.
Yeah, that is.
All right. Do we have any comments?
Well, just that Anita is watching us, and it doesn't look like she got the box either. So you guys, make sure you get the box, because this is one of our favorite all-time things are the Krafter boxes, and we always sell out with the pre-order status almost, because everybody wants the free gift. And in this time, you really missed an awesome free gift. That silicone holder is awesome.
It is. It's even great for guys.
Yep, I have my makeup brushes in one, and then your Mr. Krazy, he has some of his tools by his workbench that we still actually have. So he uses one, and then I have one on my desk for my crafting little tools.
Yeah, you can use them for so many different things, and then they clean up really easily too if you get paint or glitter on them. I don't know if they're dishwasher safe, but I feel like the silicone is.
Yeah, so Melody is saying how much she loves the shaker bits, and I think you are correct. I love them too. Wait till you see the ones that we're bringing in coming your way. They are bright, vibrant, and we have new shakers. So we will be retiring the leprechaun, and we will be retiring the bunny. So if they're still on the website, I would grab those while you can, because then we'll be hitting the summertime, and we hope to always have 6 at the same time, but right now we have 4.
So a little tip is I'm coloring half of a daisy at a time so I can make sure that the ink still is wet while I'm blending.
Oh, so you put the yellow this time? What do you think? Do you like the yellow?
Yeah, I do. So I threw in a 4th color on this second daisy.
I like both. They're pretty. I just really am in love with that apricot color. Do you guys like the apricot or the apricot color? I just never thought I would like that type of orange. I thought I'd be more like that campfire orange, you know, which is more fall orange.
Like a rusty
But
orange.
I really like this one. It makes me happy.
Beautiful. Okay, what should I do for the small one now? Because I got to make it different.
No, follow one. Which one do you want?
Okay.
Follow the first one.
Maybe I'll do more dark.
So one thing I noted on the small one, the insides of the middle don't come out. So they're pretty much that color, right?
Yeah. You know, a lot of people think this is a sunflower, and I guess it could be. Oops. But we named it Daisy.
Were you around when I did this one? When I drew it?
Uh-huh.
So you've been here that long, huh?
Since 2014. 9 years.
Really? 2014, 9 years. That's a long time.
I know. Makes me feel kind of old.
Oh, Jackie.
Okay, on
There
to
you
the
go.
leaves. I've got to cap all of my markers.
So I can assure you guys we're not going to be cutting these out because that's a lot of cutting. But as you can see, she's going to do the leaves now, which is a different green tone, right?
I'm going back to the one I just used.
Oh, I did GOO.
So it's up to you. So the dark is G13. You can do GOO, or I'm going to do the YGO6.
That's a pretty combo as well.
So dark is going to go towards the center of the leaf. And you can color over these black lines, okay?
You know why I like that combo? Because I'm not fond of G13 and GOO. That green tone isn't my favorite. So when you put the YGOO in there, I just love how it tones that down.
Yeah, this one's the YGO6, so it's a little brighter than a
the
YGO.
6. Okay.
It's more like a lime.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I like the other green, GOO, more for the holiday. You know?
Yeah. Squeaky, squeaky, squeaky.
That's a good noise.
So pulling the dark color.
And just so you know, Cheryl says you are not old, Jackie. Cheryl Stapleton. How are you, Cheryl? I miss seeing you.
Does that mean I can't feel old?
Yeah, she can feel old, but she's not compared to us oldies but goodies.
So here's the middle part of the daisy.
By the way, Cheryl, Jackie, and Eric will be in Puyallup, will you? Hope so.
That's at the end of May, beginning of June.
Yeah, it's at the end of, it's in June, right?
Yeah. Okay, all coloring is done. So are we cutting these out?
It's up to you. I wasn't going to because it's a lot of cutting.
Okay, I think you all know how to cut these out by now and put adhesive on them. Just a note though, this little daisy, we did use those foam strips to pop up the smallest daisy.
Okay, so yeah, so as you can see, this one is popped up. I don't know if I could kind of get that in there, but there's the, whoops, the black little strip. So you just kind of put your leaves down, then your two, one on top of the other, and then pop that up. And look how pretty that's gonna look next to your shaker box.
So cute.
Okay, so we're on to number 6, right?
Which is the fancy fold butterflies card.
So we are going to take just a quick break. You can finish whatever you're working on, but we're going to get our supplies ready, and then we are going to be making this fun fancy fold type card, which is different. I think it's really fun, actually.
Yeah, I love the colors. So we'll be right back. You have 3 minutes to take a quick break. Who's ready for project number 6 of the Krazy Krafter Box Spring Edition?
I am. I'm so excited to do this butterfly one because, again, it's so springy, uplifting, and bright, and we all need that in our life.
Now, this is the butterfly sticker that's on your button that came in your kit, so it might look familiar to you.
That's right. And although it's a fancy fold, it's a very simple fold because instead of having a traditional card, you're using a little arm.
Yes, so I'm excited to make this together. Let's look at the sample and then look at the supplies that we need for this card. Okay, so here is our sample. So beautiful blues in this card, and then when we open it, it looks like this. Really cute, and look, we're using 2 different styles of butterflies on here.
And yet they kind of go together.
They do. So what you need to make this card is your kit with that blue paper showing. And then you need some stickers. So we need the butterflies. We have the geometric butterflies. We have the butterfly flower. We'll need our dots and our borders.
You know, I just want to take this instance to point out how many extra stickers everybody's getting. It is amazing how many more things you could make and maybe use a lot of these projects as your idea base.
Yes, so you have so many extra supplies. It's awesome.
It is awesome. Okay, so let's start by our normal, which is opening up the little pieces here and taking everything out of the bag.
Okay.
So we have 3 pieces of this paper, and the opposite side is this, which I think I saw on the inside when you opened it. Then we have this strip of black. We have 2 of the white cardstocks. We have some more black, and then we have an envelope, which we don't need.
You'll need that later when you send your card.
Now, if you notice, this paper is a little bit weightier, so it's actually an 80-pound paper because we're not using a card base. It helps to have this be a little bit stronger.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to start reading all of our green print on the instructions so that we can know how to cut our papers. So, first, trim the black cardstock 5.5 by 4 1/4.
Guess what? It's at 4 1/4 by 5.5, so done deal.
Okay, now trim your white cardstock 4 3/4 by 3/4. I'm guessing that will be...
Let's do the 3/4. It's part of the arm.
Okay.
So there's the 3/4, and we need it to be
4 3/4.
4 3/4. There we go.
Okay, and then we need to trim our black paper 4 3/4 by 1. So you have a strip. It looks like that might be the right size.
So this is 1, and we're going to go to 4 3/4.
Okay, so now trim your blue patterned paper 4 by 5 1/4.
So this is what is on the inside back piece. 4 by 5 1/4. Okay.
So now we need to trim some more white cardstock 4.5 by 2 3/4.
2 3/4.
We have another piece of white
so
coming up.
Yes, so I have a white.
Okay.
So 2 3/4 by
4.5.
4.5. 4.5. Okay.
Okay, trim black cardstock, so we need more black. 3 by 5.5.
3 by 5.5, which it is.
Perfect. Okay, we have more cuts to do. Trim the blue pattern paper 2 3/4 by 5 1/4.
I think it's this one because it doesn't say plaid, right?
No.
So 2 and what?
3/4.
Yes.
By 5 1/4.
5 1/4. 5 1/4. Done.
Trim the blue plaid pattern paper 2 3/4 by 5 1/4.
Okay.
And our last cut will be the white 2 by 3.
3. And then we're going to do 2. And I'm going to guess it's this piece right here.
Now that was a lot of cutting, but if you need to go back to your instructions, everything is in the green font or the green text.
Yeah, aren't you loving that, Jackie?
So much better.
I listened to what you had to say because I know that you were always trying to highlight it.
All right, so now we have all of our cut little pieces.
So we're going to start by doing, I need to put this down. There we go. So now we're going to start, I think, probably with the arm. Is that right?
Yes. So it says to score each piece at 3 1/2.
Okay, so there are these 2 pieces. Now, you can just use the black if you want, because it is a heavier cardstock, but mine original wasn't, so I actually put these 2 one on the other, so we'll go ahead and do it that way, but it makes this part stronger, so when you're opening and closing it, it's not going to tear. So we need our score.
Yes. Score at 3 1/2.
All right, so each piece is going to be 3 1/2. Now, for fancy fold type cards, you really need one of these. I'm using the Score Buddy, which is a smaller version of a larger scoreboard, but it's kind of more for card making, I think. I get by really well with it. We do carry these, but we're out of stock, and they'll be in, the manufacturer says, at the end of April. Sorry, 3 1/2?
Yep.
Okay, so 3 1/2. So you just, it kind of helps make that crease line. So if you can kind of show that crease line.
It's not easy to see on the white, but it's there.
I don't know if you could kind of see that right there.
There.
Okay? That's all we had to do for this one. All right, now what? Fold it.
Adhere the white cardstock to the black.
So I am going to do a little bit of a fold before I adhere it, just so they're both folded. And then we're going to match fold to fold, if I remember.
Yes.
Okay, so where this is folded now, so if you don't have a scoreboard, you just need to measure 3 1/2, make a pencil line and fold it, okay? I'm going to now put the white on top of the black.
You could also use your paper trimmer as the little line at 3 1/2 and take a bone folder in your paper trimmer.
So you're going to want those fold lines to be the same. And that is just to add strength, okay? That's the whole reason we're doing this. So when you open this card, it will have this, it won't break. But because both of this cardstock is kind of strong, you could get by with only one.
Okay, so next we're going to adhere the strip to the black cardstock approximately 2 inches from the top.
Okay, so we want to measure 2 inches from there, and then we're going to adhere this, and this is how it's going to go. So the fold is going to be on the edge of the card here, so that your arm comes over to the front. Okay, so we need to measure 2 inches. I'm going to go down a little bit. Okay, about there. Now you can use your dot roller, but I'm going to use some score tape just to make sure. Now, why am I using score tape? Because it's super strong.
Super sticky.
I kind of lost my 2-inch mark, but I think it's approximate. Approximately looks good. What do you say?
Yeah.
Okay, done.
Okay, so now let's take that blue patterned plaid and put it right there. So where do you come up with all your fancy folds, Kara?
Some of them are in my head. A lot of them I kind of see something that sparks something in me, or maybe I just like how somebody else did it. So it's kind of a combo, but I put my own twist to things. Was that your question or somebody else's?
Fine.
Okay.
Wendy wanted to let you know that she found her stuff from the first class she took with you at the Stampin' Scrapbook Expo. It was her first class to learn and use alcohol markers with the skirt apron sticker.
Oh wow, that is so long ago, and I drew that image, and I believe we did it on blending cardstock. All right, so this is now going to go in here. And what's going to be important about this is, Jackie, can you close this one? You're going to want to make sure that it is going to close like that. So I'm just going to kind of use my arm as where to guide me from this side.
And you could use the lines, the plaid, for being straight.
So that looks kind of good, except I wasn't straight. I didn't take your advice. There we go. Think it'll work out.
Okay. Next, let's see. I'm all confused here. It wants us to do the border sticker, but we'll do that later.
Okay, so let's go ahead and use this as the top. Let's put this plaid on. And just kind of, I should use my crafting square, but I'm going to just eyeball it for right now. Okay, so now we have that, and this is going to go on here, just like that. So where we're going to put the tape is right here, not like from here over. I don't know, I'm kind of doing a few things with these arms now. So we just did our fancy fold for our card club, and that had an arm too.
If you're in the all-in,
yeah,
you'll get to see that.
Okay, this time I'm going to put 3 just because. Okay, and then I'm just going to put a little just to make sure down. And now we're going to line this up where the end of the arm and the white, and from bottom to bottom. Take your time.
Okay, we could add the white on the front.
Well, except for mine is going crooked as anyone else's, but I don't think it's going to matter because we're going to do this.
No, I think it's just the arm.
Yep, so we're going to go ahead and do this. Sorry, I'm going my own little way, but in the end it'll all get done, right? So I want to hide that white. If your white's showing, Maybe I'm going to trim mine just a tad. Where's our scissors? Here they are.
Yeah, yours showed on the sample.
Oh, it did, huh?
Well, you could change it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to change it. Just because I prefer to have the black. So you guys do what you want, but you could see I never make it anything almost the same. I always have to change it up. But I'm going to like having the black like this. Makes it a mystery. Now, is there a right or wrong way with these letters?
No, they're every which way. Now, we put the black, a pattern on both sides, and then a white. And what that does is that adds weight, so when it goes to close, it stays kind of flat. Okay, so we need our white on the front. The more paper you add, the heavier that front panel is going to be. And our stickers will also add weight too.
So about 1, 2, 3.5. So there's the half. 1, 2,
Go
3.
left a little. There you go.
Like this?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Now, I did notice one thing, and this is me. This one, I took my time and I had my head over, so it's straighter here. This one, I kind of have it at a little bit of a wonky look, but that's okay. I'm going to let it like that, but had I been paying more attention, I would have had that straight.
You don't notice it until you open it.
Well, it's kind of bothering me. I'm going to see. So you...
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
This is why I like the Tombow dot roller. So, did I score tape this? Yep, but it's not stuck yet. So look at that. I want this to be straight, so I'm going to make it straight. See what I do, guys? And I'm trying to give you confidence because this is how I roll. So I think what it is my fold isn't straight. You could keep talking, you don't have to watch me.
We're watching you, how you're fixing. Okay, so if you have yours on already, the next thing we're going to do is grab our border stickers and go around our white cardstock.
So are you going to do that?
Okay.
I think I got it now. See how that's better?
I don't see yet. So we're using the scalloped border. I decided to pre-peel mine. Okay, we're going to go all the way around with the scallop and trim. Flip it. Maybe I should zoom in a little. There. It's going right to the edge. This just adds a little bit of detail, a little bit of dainty, feminine embellishment.
Feminine?
Yeah, it looks like lace. Okay, next side. See, some of you might have gotten a head start. I gotta catch up. Oh, I can't see. Okay. Does anyone else talk to themselves when they craft? I do.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Neither. It's just a thing. Okay. Then one more on this, and then I think we have to do it on the inside too. I like these borders a lot, but they're so tiny.
I think they're one of my favorites. At least we didn't alter them this time.
Right? I went crooked a little. Okay. Open this up.
Just want to fix that. I'm a real perfectionist on this. Okay.
Okay, so now we're going to do it on the inside, and I'm just going to open the sample to make sure. Yes.
Can't see it. There you go.
It moved on me. Okay. Trim. Trim, trim. We need another one. Can you peel, please?
Sure, scallop.
Yes, I'm probably going to need another one too. I got away with 2 on the front. And I had an extra. You could piece yours together, but I never do that. I just start out with a fresh one and cut it.
Do you save your pieces?
No, I'm a wasteful crafter.
Oh, wow.
You know why? Because I know where I can get more.
Okay.
All I have to do is walk next door. I know. Not everyone has that luxury. My problem is getting those borders straight. But there's only one more, so woohoo!
It does make a difference, though, putting them on.
Well, that one went on easy. So we're going to trim it and call it a day with these borders.
Okay, so what do we have left? Do we have the sentiment to do, or should we wait?
Let's put that on.
Okay, so that's found on our butterfly sticker.
Flower.
Yeah, do you want to get that? It says happy, and it's toward the top.
Oh, and the inside of my peas came over. But we know what we're going to do, right? Let it relax. If you need to trim this little tail, you definitely can. That looks straight to me. And mine made it perfect. So now I'm going to take out the peas. Sometimes I have a better luck scratching it, and sometimes I have a better luck picking it out. There. Okay. We'll decorate with a few dots. Are these the large?
No, they are the medium.
Have we used any large yet?
Yes, on the very first bookmark on the butterfly.
Oh, right. Okay.
Okay, so now we're into the glitter part. How did everyone do out there? Were you like me where you had to make an adjustment, but now I'm happy with it?
Alrighty, time to color. Back to me?
Yep.
Okay.
It is
Somebody doesn't want to color today. So.
Would that be you?
No, that would be you.
No, I'm doing the card assimilation.
Alright, we're going to peel one of these butterfly flowers. This is a large sticker, so take your time. Let's put this one up here.
Yeah, I like that it's all one piece, don't you?
Yes, I do.
So do you want to give the tip about those antennas?
Okay, so when we go to cut the antenna, see how mine are on the glitter paper? I couldn't really hang them off. But what you could do is you could take your tweezers and peel them back up and cut underneath them so that you don't have to cut around them when you're done coloring. And then the geometric butterflies, so I have my sheet here. There's actually 3 sizes on here, small, medium, large. We need a medium.
So you have a lot of geometric butterflies left over.
Yes, you sure do. Press. Now try not to press your antenna, but if you do, you could just take your tweezers and peel them back up when you're ready to cut. I've never had trouble peeling them back up. And then I'm going to take those tweezers again and take out these little insides.
I suppose another way of looking at it is trimming. When you're trimming, just trim off the antennas, then re-stick them.
Yeah, you could do that too.
But I do what you do, I peel them up.
Alright, ready to color, and we're using a lot of colors. Let's see if I can get that in there. Okay, so what should we start with? Let's do this little guy here. So, do you remember what colors you used?
Yeah, purple and...
Looks like a VO7 maybe.
Yeah.
And let's do some R17. And then let's try RVOO. At this point, I think you used Olo. So we're just kind of winging our own colors here. So what I think I'm going to do is do the bright pink in the middle, blend with the light, and then on the edge I'm going to do that VO7. But you can change your colors up if you want to, okay? So this is going to go here. Coloring over the lines. You could treat each triangle as a separate thing, but that will take you a little longer to color. Now I have my light pink. And I'm just blending it out. Now I'm going to take my purple and I'm going to go from the outside, but leave a little bit of white.
I think the pink and purple combo is very pretty.
It is. I'm going to go back to that RVOO and blend from the purple to the inside now. What do you think of that?
Beautiful.
So it's not as lavendery because our purple was a little more vintagey, but that's okay. That's why we call it the best match on our website with our chart. It's not going to be exact, but it is the best match. Okay, back to that RVOO to blend that purple. And there's our butterfly wings. Let's do the body with a bright yellow, like how about Y07?
Yeah, Y07 or Y02. Y02 is very bright.
I went for the Y07.
Yeah, that's probably one of my favorite yellows.
Okay, I'm liking that little butterfly, so cute. So I'm going to bring in those same colors on the flowers here. So, same technique, dark pink. Light pink. Don't go all the way out though. We need room for the purple, which is VO7. What colors did you choose? Let me know in that comment section. It's always fun when you decide to change it up. Then back to that light pink. Okay, we have one more flower right here.
After a while, I think your coloring goes faster, don't you?
Yes, because it's very repetitive. But it's also very soothing and therapeutic to just color. And I'm going to go back with that light pink. Blend that purple in. Okay, so there's my purpley pink flowers. Let's move on to...
Why don't you do the leaves and then I'll do the blue butterflies.
Alrighty, so we need the olive greens. YG29 YGOO. So we're going to pretty much do all of the foliage with these colors.
Foliage, that's a good name. You should put that on our sticker somewhere. Foliage. Foliage. How do you spell it?
Foliage.
There you go.
So dark to light, dark to light. The hardest part for me is seeing where the stuff stops and ends. The separate little images. Like I have to figure out, oh, that's a leaf over there. I better color that. Okay. And then I have to look for the next leaf. I think this is one. Yeah. What I mean? I have to try to hunt for all the foliage. Here's another one over here. And yes, I am kind of coloring fast, but I know that we've been coloring a lot, so this should be easy by now. Did I miss any? Oh yeah, one little section. Okay. So now that's all that's left is the butterflies, but I'm going to do the center of these flowers with the yellow real quick to complete them. Okay, time for the butterflies. That's where Kara's going to take over.
Okay, well before we do that, let's do this little bit of orange here. So we're going to use our YR18 and we're not going to blend with it. So we're just going to use this dark orange and we're going to come in and just kind of color it because this will add some pop of color in here. Look how bright and fun that is. I'm just going to kind of put this in. And maybe the bottom here, these butterflies. Like Jackie said, you kind of have to make sure before you commit. So you don't always have to blend. In this case, I didn't want to water down any of the color. So did I get it all? Let's see. It's kind of hard because we're positioned differently here. Okay. And then let's go ahead and use that yellow Y07 just in the middle of this flower. Okay, now we're going to do the butterflies. So this is going to be the darker blue, which is B09, with the lighter blue, B02. So let's use the dark. Oh, I'm not going to do the bottom, so don't look at the bottom there. I'm going to show you how I got the two tones. Okay, now I'm going to come in with this BO2 And I'm just going to blend it to the end here. Look how pretty that is. Beautiful. Now, I really wanted the bottom to have a little bit more contrast, so I stuck with this BO2. I just kind of added that. And then I used a very pale yellow, but in this case I'm going to use this YO2. And I kind of, what do you get when you mix yellow and blue? I get this green color. So that kind of like brightens it up, and I'm going to use a little bit of my zero. So you don't have to do that. You could keep going blue. It is what I did to add some color to my butterfly. And then I'm removing some of that yellow a little bit. Isn't that pretty? This one I had a little bit more blue on it, so it had just the yellow on the tip. But this one I did more, it looks like a lime color, which I think is beautiful. Okay, so all of the butterflies, let's just go back to this. The dark blue. Then we're going to add our light. Now on the bottom of this one, I won't put the yellow so you could see the difference. So I'm just going to go light, light, and then I'm going to get that colorless blender, and I'm just going to blend that into the white. So now you can see what it looks like when you have a light blue. And then we'll finish this guy. I'm going to do this. So here's the third way you could do it, is you could add your dark and your light, just like this. And then you can come back with your yellow and just put it in the end. So you could do that as well. That gives you 3 different ways to color the butterfly. Isn't that pretty?
Very vibrant.
Now it looks like we missed a spot here, so I'm going to do that. This is a good time with my dark green. I'm just going to kind of come in and fill in because we don't want to cut those pieces out. All right, that looks good. I love it. So we have both of those. Now your next task is to trim, and then you're going to position them right on your card just like this.
That's going to be such a vibrant, fun, colored card.
It really is. So what did you think of that one? I thought that was really fun.
Yeah, I like that one too. And guess what? We just have one more project to go.
Oh no, you're kidding. One more, and we kind of saved the best for last, right? Because it has a new product too.
Yeah, we're doing something fun. So we're going to give you another 3-minute break. Then we'll be back for the last project, which is our camera card.
And if you have a scratch paper or use your instructions, we are going to be pouring a little bit of glitter out from your jar, so have something that you can capture that glitter and put it back.
And by the way, if you're having fun with us today, don't forget you can always give us a thumbs up or a heart on the video. So we will see you in 3 minutes. right, crazy crafters. We're back for the last time today because we're on our last project of the day for the Crazy Crafter Box Spring Edition for 2023.
I'm so excited because this is one of my favorite cards. It has a lot of laser cut pieces, but we have a brand new product that we will be rolling out. We kind of introduced it at the Pleasanton Expo to see the feedback, and it was very positive.
Yes, it is a little bit messy though, but some of us like messy.
I don't think it's messy at all.
It involves loose glitter, okay?
Yeah, but it's not messy.
Okay, well, let's take a look. We're going to be doing that camera card. We're on the last page of the instructions, bottom photograph. We'll talk about the kit and get started.
Sounds good.
Okay, so here's the card. And maybe you couldn't tell in that photograph, but look, these words here are glittered up with our microfine glitter. So pretty. We have a chipboard camera here, and this is a landscape card. Hey, look, she actually mounted it on a card base this time.
I did, didn't I?
Nice. Okay, so let's see what we need. We need our kit with that jar of glitter right there. You'll see the hello and the camera. We need our border stickers. We need our Flower Joy outline sticker. And we need some bling. Okay, so we have everything ready. Let's open up our bag.
So before I even cut anything, I'm going to do the hello.
All right, so you're going to need your little jar of glitter here and your chipboard hello. So we'll take that out and put everything else off to the side.
Okay. Thank you. Am I up?
You're up.
Okay, this is where I'm going to use a piece of our instructions. That's what I'm going to pour the glitter on, and then I'll be able to pour it right back into this sample jar. So what we've done here is we have, although the back of this looks like it's natural, it's really a white chipboard on top, and we've gone ahead and put this score tape. You should recognize this tape from when we did the make it our own card with the black strips. And we put this on the chipboard, so it's going to be tacky. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a brayer or just kind of press down just to make sure that chipboard is really on. The score tape is on the chipboard. Just give it a little roll, maybe with your finger, just gently do that. Then we're going to take our tweezers or something, maybe a poker tool, and we're going to lift this protective layer right off. So remember, I told you it's white chipboard. So this word is hello. At the expo, we were doing the word sweet. We also offered black matting. So today we're not using the black matting, but it will come with a matted background when we sell it. So now we're going to open our glitter jar, and we're going to sprinkle this right on top of that sticky score tape. Now again, these are lasers, so if you get the black on there, that's why I use my tweezers. You want to be careful not to get that soot from the laser on there, so you could color it, any color. There, I'm just going to put the whole thing on there, use my tweezers, kind of shake it, just make sure that it's all covered, and voila. Let's get that off. Now, if you look, the glitter is on the word. How exciting is that? Beautiful, right? So, now we're going to take this excess glitter and put it back in our jar. So not messy, Jackie, wherever you are. Not that. And look, we hardly used any glitter. Isn't that amazing? Okay, so I'm going to put the top on here because knowing me, I would spill this all over the place. And now I'm back to here. So we're going to take our finger, make sure they're kind of clean, and we're just going to burnish that. You know how we burnish on our paper? You want to burnish this, so just kind of rub it so that it's into that score tape. Notice how I'm just kind of holding down the letter. Take your time. Looks like I had a little black on mine, but that's okay. I'm going to color. Okay, get rid of any glitter. There we go. How fun. So now it's time to color. And if we look at our sample here, this has pinks. Again, I use the Olo. So today I'm going to try with the right art. I'm going to use a dark pink and a light pink. But if you are an Olo fan or you have a different marker, you can use whatever you like. Okay? The other thing I just kind of want to do when I color, just for my own sanity, is I like to have a piece of paper underneath. Okay? So I'm just going to do that. All right, so we're going to start with our dark. And one of the things that I know works really well is if you kind of start and maybe consider putting the dark on the bottom of the word, it will give you somewhat of an ombre effect. So I'm just going to do this part right here. And then we're going to come in with our light, and just like we do on our paper, we're going to blend. And look how pretty that is. Isn't that gorgeous? I think it is so pretty.
Very pretty.
Just going to take that color and just color. Now I want your feedback. Is this cool or what? I think it's very cool. Okay, so we're going to keep going. Who doesn't like sparkle? This could be for a scrapbook. It could be for a sign. It could be on our card like we're going to do today.
You could also just glitter it with our plain colored glitter, like gold, silver.
Yep.
And Wendy says she loves the chipboard. Any chance you'll carry this and more sentiments?
Yes, we are. We were marketing it and testing it. And right now I have the words hello, sweet, and friend. So I will be adding more. And this is one of those things that you got to be on Jackie to put on our website. But they are all ready to go. So they're going to be in packages. And like I said, there will be a black matting to put behind the word. Our project today does not include the black matting because it would have hid the camera. Okay, there we are.
Okay.
What do you think? Isn't that pretty?
Very nice.
Okay, so now I'm just going to kind of let that dry or put it to the side. Make sure it has some really good drying time. I'm going to put it right up here and we're going to make our card.
Okay, so let's take that card base and just fold it real quick. That's my job, I guess. Card base. Fold it, crease it, done. We'll mount that last. Then we need to cut our cardstock. I'm going to move everything over a little bit. Alright, so trim your black cardstock 5.5 by 4 1/4. I have a feeling it's already cut.
4 1/4, 5.5, done.
Trim the pink cardstock 5 1/4 by 4.
Okay, we'll cut it at 4, 5 1/4, and done.
Trim the striped pattern paper 5 by 1 1/2.
So we'll do 1 1/2, 1 1/2 by 5. Okay, so 5. And this was from a collection also.
Love notes.
Love notes, okay.
And last but not least, trim your gray cardstock.
What? Oh, I don't. Oh, here it is. It fell over here. Okay.
7/8 by 3/8.
All right, so 7/8.
That's a little less than 1 inch.
Yeah, only because it's going to, you want to show where it's going to fit.
Right there.
Okay. Okay, there's the 7/8. I may have to fix that with our.
By 3/8, a little less than half an inch.
Okay.
Go from the top down.
Yep, there we go. And I'm just going to kind of give it a little bit of a haircut. Okay, is that all the cutting?
That's it. Congratulations, we did all of our trimming for the
Yay.
day.
All right. So, here we are.
Let's mount the pink on the black. Don't lose your gray piece, okay?
She's saying that because I'm pushing mine up to the side.
And you already lost it once.
I know. Where's my crafting square? I guess I put it away, so. Shoot, I really like using that. Okay.
Okay, now we can,
Put the camera together.
Yep.
Now this camera, again, is laser cut, so you have to be careful around the edges. I would clean it with a paper towel, Kleenex, or, something, just because. All right, so I believe we're going to put this down first. Is that right?
Yes.
So the strip, I'm putting adhesive on the back, and I'm going to put it right in between the two kind of engraved lines. I'm going to pick this up and make sure, I don't have any hanging over, so that's really good. Now I believe we need our border sticker.
We do. That's my job again. So we need 2 scallop strips. Look, we haven't even used a full sheet of these. Look how many extras you're going to have.
I know, a lot.
So this is going to go on the top and the bottom of the striped paper. Alright, I need to start mine a little better.
Now these cameras, they used to be on our website. Are they still?
No.
No, so let us know if you'd like it back on.
We used to, I say used to, have a little tiny shaker for the middle of the camera. For the lens.
Yeah, I think our little shaker will fit there. The one that we just did.
Dropped it. Okay, that looks good. Press. And I'm going to flip it over and trim the extra. Okay. Border is done. Border pieces are sticking to the table.
Okay, so now let's go ahead and put this little piece on. I know we have to put the rest of this, but I'm afraid I'm going to lose this. And I did put a little pink around the edge, so what you can do is you can I'll take my light pink here.
This is optional, by the way.
Yep, and you can just add a little pink. It's like you're distressing it with an ink pad. It just kind of gives it a vintage look, but it is totally optional. And if you don't like how you did it, there's another piece. I don't think we used the full piece. And I'm just going to put that on. So it's going to go right here in this square.
Okay, while we're doing the flash, I found this little flower from the Flower Joy and want to put it in the middle of the flash.
Oh, this piece sticking up there. That's good. All right, so we got that part done. Now we have 2 die cuts here. So this is going to go there, and this is going to go in the center. All right, so let's get this black one right on the gray. I think this is adorable.
Does anyone use a real camera anymore? Or does everyone use their phone?
Well, I think is kind of a vintage throwback, but it's fun to have cards because people get it. It's about a picture, right? So that's why I like it so much. So I like that there's these little cutouts that you could kind of gauge where to put everything. So there's that. And I think that's looking really good. So I think it's time to put our camera. Oops, Jackie didn't cut this little part. I'm going to cut that right there. And it's time to put our camera right here on the card. Isn't that looking adorable? So that's my new word, adorable. Okay. We're just going to put this here. Kind of however you want it, but just kind of centered. Okay. And then we will be putting this on, but I think it would be a good idea to first do our flowers. But look how that's just going to go right over there. Isn't that pretty?
Cute.
Shall we put our dots on?
Okay, so that is the medium right up here. So 3, 1, 2.
Now you may be asking, why are there two different pinks? You know, the way that I colored it. One was colored with Olo, which kind of matches more the paper. And the one I did today kind of matches, it's with the right art markers and it matches the darker stripe in the paper. So either one I think is very pretty.
Okay, so on to the flowers. So we have our Flower Joy outline sticker. And this one has a lot of little hanging pieces.
Which, yes, you're going to want to peel them up, right?
Okay, so
when you cut it out.
Let's peel the large one. Is there any way to hang these off the edge? Let's try. Or are you going to say no?
I didn't remember, to be honest. I try to do as much as I can off.
Yeah, that's about the best I'm going to get it. Look at that.
Perfect.
We need 2 of those little ones, by the way. Brayer, brayer, brayer. Okay, so the largest flower is going to be those same pinks. The smaller flowers are going to be those olive greens. Remember, you can switch it up. I think the pink matches the card. The green is anything you want. She kind of brought the green color into the card, so you could change that up if you want to.
Yeah, I tried to stay consistent with our theme today. I kind of like having the green flowers. I think it really adds something.
Yeah.
If they were all pink, that might drown out.
Yeah, we need some contrast. So RV17 and RV00, dark to light. So I'm just going in. I always tend on a flower to put the dark on the inside of the petal.
I do the same, actually.
And then light. We're just pulling that color to the outside of the petal. Remember, give variation where you put that shadow.
Okay, so how many of you love that word hello? Was that not the funnest thing ever? I just think that having these words, and you know, I told you we have sweet, friend, and hello, so you could say, hello, sweet friend, or sweet friend, or hello, friend, or sweet hello. Notice how I mixed them all up, Jackie?
Yeah.
Your flower's looking beautiful.
Now, just a note, if you are using right art, and you notice that the tip of your marker is looking a little white when you color, that means it's time for a refill. And if you're watching live today, March 11th, we're having a refill ink sale until the 13th. So So you can go ahead and get those refills for $1.99.
That's a really good suggestion because not only are the refills good to refill your pen, but they're good to use as an alcohol ink drop, background, or the word that we just colored, hello, you could splatter ink on it and get like a marbly effect.
Or you could put the ink onto like a little palette and use a paintbrush to paint the ink on the word.
Yeah, so there's so much you could do. So just because they're called refill alcohol ink, I think we have a bottle in here. You may want to just, on the side here, you may want to just, invest for $1.99. You get a lot of ink in there, and you could do so many different things. And they have a nice stopper on top.
Yep, so they're usually $5.99, just so you know. They're $1.99 until March 13th.
Yeah, we have an overstock of them, so we thought we would pass it on to you guys.
All right. Just finishing up my flowers here. This is YG29 and YG00. One more flower to go, okay? We got this. I'm going to hand this over to Kara for the comments section. If you have any last comments, this would be a great time because we are wrapping up our final project.
So Wendy's husband still uses a camera, Jackie. He has a very, sounds like complicated one, and has software. And a lot of people are loving the hello.
I just use my phone camera now.
So I think that's one of the best ways of really trying out new product before they're available on our web is we like to throw in things into our Crafters box.
Yes. Okay, let's cut these out. I want to show you how to get around all these little things.
Yeah, and also, just so you know, I cut through some, right?
I don't know. It's hard for me to tell.
You'll see.
Okay.
You'll see.
All right. So let's start with the green ones. Those will be easier. Tweezers. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna peel up the leaves, and then when we get to that section and we're cutting them out, we could just go behind them.
Now, again, you can choose to cut these off and then reapply them as you want. That is another way to do it, because it is a sticker.
I'm almost there. There we go. Alright, so now we're just going to fussy cut. So here I am going behind the leaf. Making you dizzy with my cutting. Because I like to turn my image when I cut instead of trying to turn my scissors. There's the other leaf. And we did it.
Perfect.
So we have one flower done. I'm going to have Kara go around them with black.
Okay.
Let's do the other green one.
Now, I think this particular sticker is often overlooked, don't you?
Yeah, it's called Flower Joy. I'm not sure what kind of flower it is, but it could be used for fall or spring, depending on how you color it and what papers you use for your projects. We've used it for fall and spring before. Could be summer as well. Now, you know what flower I'd like to see?
What's that?
Because I'm using it in my wedding stuff. A peony. Do you know what that is?
I do. It kind of looks like a small mum to me. It's a tight flower,
Uh-huh.
right?
Kind of like a rose.
Yeah, but it's very tight petaled.
Mm-hmm.
And they come in all different colors, don't they?
I think so. I just like them.
Well, that's good. That's why they're going to be in your wedding. Woohoo!
Yeah, peonies and roses. Alright, now we're on this big one. So I'm going to cut this part out first. What other kinds of flowers could we do? There's so many different flowers.
Well, you want a different daisy. You know, flowers are very, very popular when they go, you know, as a card thing. You ever notice that?
Mm-hmm.
But it could be for many different uses, I think.
Alright, I'm cutting this one off. Bye-bye. So I'm peeling this little sprig up, the leaves, and this leaf.
And I do think the leaves give it that kind of what you said earlier, a feminine type of touch. Have you guys noticed when a lot of people put flowers on different things?
Like what?
Like animal heads or, you know, they just like on this camera, they like to sit florals in a spot.
Oh, okay.
So we're kind of following a trend.
Alright, sorry, I keep going off camera because I'm trying to see this.
But that's where I was telling you can cut some of it.
I want to do it the hard way.
Okay, hard way it is.
I need to prove that it can be done. Okay. Ta-da!
Okay, so I'll let you start putting the card together. Sound good?
Okay, so we'll do our flowers first. That's gonna go there. That's gonna go there. So I will adhere that down with my adhesive. And the leaves that we peeled up are sticky because they're the sticker. Now they're not as sticky as they once were, but they're still sticky. Okay, there's that one, and we just have the pink one.
I think you have to get in the camera more.
I'll zoom out a little bit. We have a big mess on our table right now. Okay, so this one is going to go like this. It overlaps the lens a little bit. It overlaps the other flowers a little bit. How's that?
That looks good. Pretty.
Now it does go over the edge.
We could trim.
Okay.
That's pretty too.
Press, press, press. And I will have to trim.
So Sue loves the hello, and she says this camera card is her favorite. And Wendy just loves the word hello.
Can I use this on the back of the hello?
Absolutely. So if you guys could tell us, what was your favorite today? I think a lot of them, I had a lot of favorites.
We're going to do a show and tell in just a second with all of them.
And so now we could see two different pink versions.
Is that straight?
Looks good.
Okay, that card is now complete. You have to mount it on your card base. Remember, we didn't do that for any of the cards, so that is something you could do in homework. We've made 7 projects together. I can't believe it.
I know it's hard to believe. So look at how pretty and vibrant this one is. And then we have this one here that was with the Olo pinks. I think they're both really pretty. Now I noticed that this right here just has a little tip. If you see that you didn't quite get it all when it's on the card, you can actually color it on the card. Just like that. Okay?
Very pretty. Okay, so let's go over each one we've done together today. This one was our card number 1. Card number 2. Was this number 3?
Yep.
Number 3.
Bookmark.
Number 4 was the magnet card. Number 5 was our shaker. Number 6 was a fancy fold. And number 7 was the camera. So many fun spring cards. This will definitely help you with your spring projects. Maybe you're going to give them as a gift to somebody, or maybe you're going to keep them for yourself.
Now, as spring, we didn't go into any holiday type stuff. That's what I like about this. It's all about flowers and butterflies and just feeling happy. So you could pretty much use it for any occasion. If you don't want to put happy birthday on there, you could put a different sentiment.
Yes, these were basically all nature inspired.
I know, I really like that. So don't forget, first of all good things must come to an end. So that is the end of our Krazy Krafter box for spring. Now we will be releasing summer in a month or so. So take a look for that. And we will have that free gift pre-order thing. But we're going to try to do things a little bit different where we show you a few of the projects prior to us doing it. So I'm going to try to work on that really hard. Okay?
Okay, and then we want to know, what was your favorite project? Post your cards in our crafting groupies on Facebook so everyone can admire your work.
And Janet Giles, we want to see that paper that you used for the magnet one.
And do we have any other announcements?
I don't think so. Check out our sale. Check out our YouTube videos. So these products will be going on that are not on, which are the, what do you call those? The vinyl fold, card fold. We have the hello words with the score tape on there and the shaker bits. So all of that will be on by March 31st.
Okay, so keep checking the website. And thank you so much for joining us today. We had a lot of fun, and we hope you did too. You can always let us know by giving us a thumbs up or a heart on the video, and then we know that you had as much fun as we did today.
Absolutely. So in the meantime, happy crafting, and we will see you next time here at Krazy Creations. I'm Kara.
And I'm Jackie, and we hope to see you for the Krazy Krafter Box Summer Edition in a few months.